This is more than a competition. It is a war where the warriors risk it all. They fight like there's no tomorrow. This is the sound of South Asia, live on the PUBG Mobile Esports official YouTube channel.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. Like always, this is Super Johnny, joined by my man Necro alongside with me. And ladies and gentlemen, the penultimate day of the last week of the league stages is all set to begin. Necro, are you ready for the action?
Of course I am, man. And the second last day of the week too, Johnny.
Yes.
This is the moment we all been waiting for. Yesterday we were speaking about how crucial the day is to make a comeback happen. But right now, it's all down to last second. Do or die for the latter half of the team, especially teams that are in the bottom four in the league stage ranking. And that's going to mean a lot. These two final days, 10 games to go, 4 games each team will be playing. We'll only be able to figure it out. Is there going to be any sort of comebacks or no?
I mean, comebacks are going to be there. Yesterday is a testament to that, with how Gremlin Storm and Godlike Stalwart managed to climb up into the top 3 with just 2 matches going their way. Gremlin Storm starting the day off with a win and ending it with a win as well. So they will definitely look to carry that momentum, that build up, the hype from yesterday into their matches today. And also, Godlike Stalwart. 2 matches. It took them 2 games to bounce from the 14th position into the top 2, which was absolutely incredible. Now they just sit 5 points shy of being on the first position. DRS is the only team that stands between them and where they usually are. So DRS, I think it is going to be quite interesting to see how they deal with the pressure of the chase that is going to be upon them, because things are definitely getting heated up in this final week.
And not just that, I mean, with that, yesterday's performance, Godlike Stalwart have claimed their throne once again on the first spot in the overall league standing. So again, Godlike Stalwart, just the kings they like to be, they're still on the first spot once again. With that being said, we are speaking about all this type of stuff and what is on the line. Another thing, though, that's on the line is going to be the prize pool, of course, $150,000 over here. Of course, the tournament MVP will be getting $1,000 all to himself, and the league stage winning team will be getting $5,000 to themselves. And right now, Godlike Stalwart and DRS and Deadeye's Warriors are the closest.
Yeah, I mean, they are doing a pretty wonderful job. DRS and Godlike Stalwart, the fight that is there between these two teams, it's not just to be the first in the weekly rankings, but it is for the first and the second position in the overall league rankings as well. And both are pretty important to these teams, because as you guys can see, based on the weekly performances, teams are handed out bonus points that are added to the rankings of the final. So if you finish first every single week, you're going to be starting the finals, the grand finals, in fact, with a 60-point advantage. And it is going to amount to quite a lot. But as for the matches that we are going to be witnessing today, the point structure, ladies and gentlemen, it still remains the same.
Exactly. Nothing changed over there, nothing complicated, but the groups as well inside the week 3 were changed compared to week 2 and week 1, of course. And the groups as well are in front of you guys, and this is what we've been rolling through the week 3. So as you do know, in Group A, you have DE Warriors, VENOM Legends, T2K, VIZZES Club. But in the first game, Group E is going to be sitting it out. That means IHC, TRZ, DRS, and Elementrix are not going to be seen inside. And considering the fact that a team like IHC, so far, they're sitting on the top 10, of course, but this is not something you expect from a big banner like IHC, right? You want to see them somewhere in that top 5. Then again, you have another team, TRZ. They're currently sitting on 18th spot in the overall rankings of this week. And even this sort of momentum they have going on right now inside the tournament, it's not going to help them quite a lot. As I mentioned, it's do or die. You will give it your best right now, and do not be shy to take fights. That's all I'm going to say.
I mean, that's what we've been asking since day number 1, right? Be confident in your skills, be confident in your team, and don't run away from those 4v4s. But still, when teams get desperate, we are going to see those small little mistakes being made, and they can definitely put a massive impact on where the teams finish. Yesterday, though, it was a very intense day. If you were watching the matches, Godlike, Starwood, and Gremlin Storm again putting up an incredible performance. 2 games to each of these teams. There was a win for the lads of High Voltage Middle, but even that wasn't enough to
Yeah.
get them into the top 10.
And even teams like Skylightz Gaming are still on the latter half of the board. Even
Yeah.
Deadeye's guys, that's a big surprise. And considering there's only 2 days left, counting this one in, I mean, Deadeye's guys, we know what they're capable of. They're currently sitting in top 7 inside the overall league standings. They're just sitting on the 7th spot with 464 points. So they're looking pretty comfy in the overall league standings. But if they do want to go for the throne, at this point, it might as well just be next to impossible, because the lead that the players of Godlike, Stalwart, and even DRS have, it's going to be unbreakable from that position.
I mean, it is definitely going to be unbreakable. Look at this. There is a massive difference between where the teams are already. Godlike, Stalwart, they have 10 chicken dinners, 10 wins out of the 54 games that they've played, 276 eliminations to their name. And there's a massive difference between them on the first position and the team on the second, that is DRS Gaming. Now, DRS, they have to be extremely careful. They started this week off quite strong. They started this week off with, I believe they got 2 chicken dinners on the very first day, on Tuesday. And from there, the momentum has sort of fallen off. And because of that, DE Warriors have been able to inch closer bit by bit, inch by inch. And they are going to surpass DRS if things keep going their way. So DRS, they're going to have to buckle up and they're going to have to start moving forward towards Godlike Stalwart if they want to finish the league stages on the first position and then move to the grand finals with a good momentum, with a good morale for the entire lineup.
Exactly, but we've also seen, Johnny, I mean, this has been kind of like the tradition inside the PMPL. The team that wins the league stage does not win the grand finals. So hopefully this is not going to be the similar case with Godlike Stalwart, man. I mean, you know, this has been the tradition since Season 3 now at this point.
Yeah.
Whichever team wins the league stage, they're not going to be winning the entire grand finals no matter what. So, I mean, if Godlike Stalwart wins it, there's still a big chance they're probably going to win it no matter what, because as we've been saying, how Godlike Stalwart just thinks that they have no competition inside these type of lobbies, and how really good they are compared to all the other teams in here. But slowly and steadily, even they're meeting some tough competition now, as the players of DEW are stepping inside the arena. Even Giant Mara now is showing themselves up inside the week 3.
Well, and as you were talking about Godlike Stalwart and their attitude towards the matches that are happening, I think I completely agree with you. Yeah. What has happened this week, what we witnessed from the first day of this week, Tuesday, Wednesday, and then how the matches went yesterday was just a testament to what Godlike Stalwart are made of. Just like it was a flick of a button, just a switch turning on, something clicked all of a sudden, and they just went berserk inside of the lobby, just showcasing everyone they have what it takes to, at any moment, turn up the intensity, take it to a whole other level, and leave everyone in the dust. But looking at the comparison right now, DRS Gaming versus Godlike Stalwart, I mean, the differences are there, but DRS, they are also not falling too far behind. They are constantly making sure that they are keeping Godlike Stalwart in check. I think the main factor that separates the two teams completely is the fact that Godlike Stalwart are a little bit more aggressive than DRS, so they get those elimination points a little bit more consistent. DRS on the other side, they do really well when it comes to having those good survival times. Their play style fits them the best. They know exactly what they're doing. It's just the added benefit that Godlike Stalwart, since as soon as the game starts, they want to fight. That's the only thing they know how to do.
I mean, I love it, you know, as long as they're putting the aggression, as long as they're putting an absolute show on the board, that's all we really need. Another team that is playing like headless chickens, if you're like to ask me, that's going to be IHC. And they've always been running into some fights, but they're not really able to come out on top. And we've been speaking about this team since the start of this entire PMPL, how we feel like there's this mysterious aura going on around with IHC, and it really does feel like they have something in stock, either for the SA Championship or either for the PMPL Grand Finals, because don't know what's going on with them. But right now, what we know is the team comparison that is in front of us. It's between the players of DRS Gaming and Godlike Stalwart.
Well, I mean, it is It is quite a close competition between these two teams, and I'm pretty sure that is how it's going to be, even in the grand finals. But now, looking at the individuals that have made it all happen for their particular teams, we have Slipknot from Team Raw Official, and then Gyante from the side of DRS. Gyante has been extremely impressive this time around. I mean, he just keeps getting better and better with every single game that goes by. Look at that damage dealt, over 14,000. Damage received is going to be comparatively quite less, 8,800. Eliminations he has secured is 69, knocks secured 78, average survival time of 19 minutes and 57 seconds, almost hitting the 20-minute marker. So the stats, they look pretty good, but on the same side, I mean, we have seen some insane moments from Slipknot, like this amazing 1v3 that he managed to pull off. And look at that, just survives with barely a sliver of HP. And if I remember correctly, the favor was repaid from the other side as well, as his other three teammates got 1v3'd as well in the very same game. So we are seeing those individuals that have displayed that they are a class apart, and these two lads are no different.
I mean, Gyante, man, I really got to give it to him how he has stepped things up. If you still remember Gyante inside the PMPL Season 3 or something, I mean, back in the day, Gyante wasn't looking that great with the team he had, right? Gyante was, of course, struggling, but now as he's found a nice core group of people that he's able to merge with pretty well, that he's able to conversate with pretty well, the communication is the key, and this is why Gyante is able to activate himself the way he is able to right now. With that being said, Deadeyes, guys, a team that has been struggling inside the week 3 so far, currently sitting on 13th spot on the latter half of the board. This is their stat. These are the stats in front of us off this entire league stage, and look at them, Johnny. So they're looking pretty solid. Of course, it's the week 1 and week 2 performance. Now we're just waiting for them to step inside the week 3 too and just put on a little bit more numbers on the board.
I mean, definitely. And Deadeyes, guys, will always be one of the favorites and the fan favorites, in fact, from the region. I mean, it is an incredible lineup. On top, True Love, Chari, Joker, all of these incredible players just playing together, performing together, and they do put up good numbers on the leaderboard every single time. This week has been kind of slow for them, so we are going to hope there's going to be a quick recovery in the last 2 days, and going into the finals, this team will be able to just deal with the pressure that's going to be there. But let's see what's going to happen. I mean, today is going to be extremely crucial for DE.
Days being crucial, even for a team like T2K, this is not going to be easy, man. Even they will be feeling the pressure right now, considering week 2 was completely deactivated for them. So now week 3 has to be something that is kind of like a wake-up call, because they cannot keep on messing around inside the lobbies anymore. Even Seal, they need to wake things up. Even TRZ, MABETEX Esports right now currently sitting on the 19th spot, 1952. The form we saw them inside week 1, the kickstart they had for themselves in week 1 is nowhere to be seen. The similar type of performance we haven't seen so far inside the entire PMPL. And I don't exactly know what the reason behind it is, but it does seem like 1952, with the way they played in the past and with the way they're playing right now, it seems like they're really just second-guessing their decisions.
I mean, it is kind of true, because the second week was also kind of very shaky for them, and because of that, I believe a little bit of self-doubt would have been instilled among the lads. But going into the last week, I mean, it's a similar situation that Gen Mara found themselves in. It's a similar situation to what what was happening with the players from Gremlin Storm and the entire team, in fact. But in a moment where you have nothing to lose is when we see.
मैले अब भनौं न स्टार्ट गर्दाखेरि नै जो सब एउटा सपना बोकेर स्टार्ट गरेको थिए
प्लेयर्सहरु जति एडभान्स भयो नि एउटा लिड गर्ने मान्छे हुनुपर्छ
सानो गल्ती पनि गर्न एकदम मेजरै हो भन्दा नि
या डेफिनेटली अब युनिटी इज पावर
अब टिम ह्यान्डलिङ भो अब एनालाइज गर्ने अनि त्यसपछि टिम कोअर्डिनेसन मिलाउने
सबै मेरो प्लेयरहरु क्लोज रेन्जमा भन्दा पनि मिड रेन्जमा सबै पर्फेक्ट थिए तर अब केटाहरु सुत्न एकदम मन पराउँछ एकदम 12-1 बजेसम्म गेम भन्दा अगाडिसम्म सुत्दिनै बेस्ट हो मेरो प्लेयर चाहिँ
So I guess now you all know what to do. F in the chat. That's what you have to do. And also remember to watch the show as well. I mean, I watched a few episodes. Ansh, he is an incredible host, a lovely person. And also, I would like to know more about how this team began and what exactly happens. I mean, did Sifu actually say they sleep till 12 to 1? That's quite late in the afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, isn't those like the normal hours for gamers though? Don't you think? Like, I don't sleep for that long, of course. I struggled falling asleep, and I did put up a story last night too. I was not able to fall asleep, and I think so. Us as gamers, it's really tough for us in general to fall asleep. You know, if I'm not wrong, it has to be pretty much everyone, right?
The trick is to like go off your electronics for like at least an hour before you go to bed. Yeah.
Trust me, I did try, and then I just felt these voices in my head that my phone is
Did
calling
they come
me.
to you? Did they understand?
I just heard something calling me, and I just couldn't ignore it, man. Like I just, even if I try to close my eyes, some weird thoughts started popping up in my head. It's just gamer things, you know. You can't really help it, man. Once you're a gamer,
I don't think that's a gamer thing, Necro. I think that's just you.
I think so. Everyone struggles sleeping, man. But for now,
Literally said you were hearing voices.
let's talk about the schedule. And inside the first map, these are the teams to watch, Johnny. And it seems like Deadeye's Warriors are going to be the biggest threat next to the players of Godlike Stalwart.
Well, I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see how this one is going to go now, since it is the second last day as we've been talking about it, and it is going to be quite intense, quite important for the teams to actually secure basically points from every single game. As we know how the structure dictates, you finish in the bottom 3, you get nothing for the placements, and majority of the times teams that do end up getting out that early in the match, they walk away with no eliminations as well. But again, rules of the day still remain the same, ladies and gentlemen. This first game, it is going to be played by the teams from Group A, B, C, and D. Group E is going to sit out, so that means IHC, DRS, TRZ, and Elementrix are not going to be playing this very first game of the day. But along with that, Necro, I mean, we have seen, as you've talked about 1952, we've talked about D Warriors, we have talked about T2K. Let's talk about WIZZES Club for a moment. Because WIZZES Club, they started this tournament quite strong. We saw them in week 1. They looked really good. Week 2 rolls around. They're doing quite decent for themselves. But then the performance has been shaky. Like, it's not been bad, but it's been on again, off again situation. The consistency is not really there.
I mean, you speak about WIZZES Club, and the similar type of situation is even with the players of A1 and B right now.
Yeah.
And both these teams are literally on the same track, because WIZZES Club is sitting on 6th spot and A1 Esports is sitting on 7th spot. So right next to each other right now, and both these teams are struggling on an equal page. They need to find a wake-up call for themselves, and I don't know what that wake-up call is going to be like, but hopefully these teams have settled down with each other and they've had a little talk with each other, because let me tell you guys, if you guys are struggling with anything, communication is the key.
Exactly, and right now you need to communicate what your prediction is going to be.
Johnny, what would you rate our communication skill from 1 to 10?
Depends, in-game or normally?
Like, right now.
I think right now it would be close to a 9 or 10.
Ooh, we'll take that. We'll take that. We'll take those. But with that being said, as Johnny mentioned, it's time for us to make the predictions. And as I said, Group E is going to be sitting it out. That means IT, DRS Gaming, TRZ, and Elementrix are not going to be seen inside this game. Other than that, Johnny, which team are you going to go with?
I asked you the same question first, so
yeah,
now
but
it's
which
going to be your
team are you going to go with?
No.
So which team are you going to go with? Why, man? All right, you know what? I'm going to go with A1 Esports. Lock it in, baby. A1 Esports, they're going to kick things off on a great note. Yeah, why not? Because I feel like it's all about the teams on the latter half today.
Alrighty, MABETEX it is then.
MABETEX? I mean, they're pretty okay in the overall league standings, if I'm not wrong. MABETEX is sitting on 9th spot, so I wouldn't really say they're on the latter half of the board.
You're talking about the overall league standings. They are, I think, somewhere in the bottom 3 for this week, so...
Overall league standings matter the most?
Overall league standings, I mean, once you get to the finals, those standings reset, you get points for your weekly rankings, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, so MABETEX Esports is it? It's okay.
Yes.
Still a solid choice because even that is one of those teams that has been struggling with the consistency no matter what. 1 week has been complete on, the second week has been off, third week it's completely shaky once again. So I don't know how the things are going to be looking like for a team like MABETEX Esports because the uphill and downhill curve is just so inconsistent.
Yeah.
You never know what this team's going to be pulling off in any sort of games. And if I'm not wrong, MABETEX Esports, they haven't even gotten a single chicken dinner yet. Yesterday, they had a third position game, which kind of helped them out a little bit. Hopefully, they're able to carry that momentum forward today as well and try and play a little bit better compared to yesterday.
And it is kind of surprising why this team is struggling as well, because this is the former lineup of Sealy Esports, a team that at a certain point used to dominate the likes of Zeus back then, now known as IHC. And they went to toe-to-toe with them, against them. And they used to look so good. It's the same set of players with a few changes. The banner has definitely changed. They are playing under the banner of MABETEX Esports now, but the performance is nowhere near what it used to be. And it makes us wonder, why exactly is that the case right now? As Necro mentioned, we haven't really seen consistent result from MABETEX Esports. It's just been those top 3 finishes that we do see every now and then that have been keeping them in the fight for the finals. And as you mentioned, so just the fact that they are doing quite decent in the league rankings, overall league rankings, means there is a high possibility of we are seeing them in the grand finals as well. But again, if you make it to the grand finals with no bonus points, that means you're already starting on the back foot. But ladies and gentlemen, the day has begun. The trajectory of the plane on our screens, starting from Kameshki, going towards the western edge of the Sosnovka military base.
Yeah, so the planned flight path, I would say, is pretty good, but still, if some teams do want to go towards Georgia Pool, then there's going to be a big struggle for them. But luckily, Group E's not playing inside. That means a team like IT does like to drop all the way towards Georgia Pool, so now they won't really have to face this planned flight path anymore. But other teams that might be on the struggling phase too, I want to see what sort of a decision they're going to try to make on the fly, unless if they're going to just drop halfway and take the vehicles and try and go towards their designated drop spots. But another team I feel like we really need to conversate about over here, Johnny, has to be DAX. And considering the struggle from the side of DAX, not even inside single week, we haven't seen them anywhere near close to the top side of the overall rankings in any week.
I thought you were just going to say we haven't seen them.
Wow.
Oh! Well, I do see that.
Ooh.
I hope you do too, because this game is, well, this day is going to be a great day, ladies and gentlemen. The circle forming towards the southeastern part of the map, split perfectly between the main island and the military island. I'm pretty sure there are 2 teams right now that are going to be celebrating even before they have landed. The Warriors and Godlike Stalwart. But Necro, look at the split from DAX. This can backfire because A1 Esport, there might just be a clash on the military bridge.
Yeah, I mean, the circle is definitely tilted down south, and even the players of Godlike Stalwart now are going to have big smiles on their faces. You said we might see some early clashes, but I really do doubt that. DAX, they have a big split, 2-2 split going on. 2 players already inside the military base and 2 players all the way on either side of the bridge. And we also did see a little bit of drop clash over here, but we aren't really seeing an exact clash. They finally resorted their ways out peacefully, and now they're on their designated locations. High voltage or way too close to danger over there, but in the end realized that, oh, it's not worth it fighting, so he just got away from that one. But Malik, the only reason he switched to car over there was because of the skin. Look at him. Oh, switching skins on the fly.
This one is a little bit quicker than the US. Oh, look at this though. Godlike Stalwart on the tail of Jax from the side of 1952. This is going to be a drive-by by Pika and Ash. A perfect drive-by as well because they have the Uzi in their hands. He is extremely low, but Jax, he's trying to survive, just baiting, wasting time for his teammates to show up, but that's not going to happen. There's the first blood of the game, ladies and gentlemen. Godlike Stalwart securing the pick. And, well, with that 1952, I think they're going to be in a world of hurt. The early rotation that everyone tried to make, did not realize where they are walking and where they are headed. If you are in the territory of Godlike Stalwart, you better be extremely careful.
You better be careful. But yeah, I just love how he was playing Ringa Ringa Rosie around the tree. But unfortunately, couldn't get away, of course. An Uzi in the close range. And when you have nothing to defend yourself with other than the pan, can't expect much. But A1NB instantly just shook away from that spot. They tried to close in on it, but they were not able to. Sinister's on the other side still, holding it down, but he might just get pounced down by 2 players in a matter of seconds. We do see them charging on there. A1NB, this sort of separation they have is just so unorganized. It's just so unorthodox. Sinister was getting chased down by the entire team of Raw, but now Liquid's on a trail too. Sinister has managed to get away. It's a little bit of Grand Theft going on.
Well, let's see though how far they're gonna go. 1952 just completely disengaging from the situation. A1NB as well backing away, but the players from the side of GSM have decided to rotate in early. They have reached the shoreline, and I believe Liquid is going to be spotted out in a few short moments as well, but not too much trouble. The spray from Memo not hitting the marker, and Liquid will manage a safe escape from this position. So a lot of teams have rotated towards the military island already. It's been the first 5 minutes of the game. Janmar are going for a water rotation right now. They have to be extremely careful. You do remember what happened the last time, right?
Yeah. Water rotations are always going to be risky.
Yep.
No matter what, especially if it's a military circle and you know the areas are going to start to get stacked up. And you were speaking about water rotations, and that's what the players of T2K are going for so far. 3 players inside the water lines. One should be already in the back, helping them maybe provide that cover fire, but no, one of them is already on the other side. What does he know? That there is one team on top of the hill and his position's being compromised as well, but his shots are going to be way too stronger. Just stops and slaps the man down. His fear is now going to be feeling all sort of fear into himself. Sandesh, those shots are definitely quite precise. But he might need to put a halt to his gun power right now. He cannot be too aggressive because his team is not there to support him. While on the other side, Gremlin Storm, they have all the 4 players up and alive on the similar vicinity. The backup is there, the cavalry is there, but T2K, they're a little too late. But how are they going to get away? They don't even have that much of good loot.
Well, let's see, there's always going to be an escape option available. Legend and Jane going for the push. Jane leading the charge over here. The players from the side of Gremlin Storm, they have managed to get quite a bit of distance between them and the opposition. Sandesh still prone down in the middle of nowhere, waiting for his team to show up. And with every second that the players of Gremlin Storm hold back, train to kill, they inch closer. And this man is riding a bicycle.
Yeah, he's having a great time. Yeah, why not? At least it's faster than running. If you think about it. So it's still a smarter option than running to a place.
And he has no helmet. Level 1 armor, level 1 backpack.
He's chilling right now. His entire team is behind him, so he knows there's no way any threat's going to approach him. But to the position he's going right now, it's a complete unknown territory. What is he exactly trying to do, though?
Oh. Look at this, though. Wadu again. Stop. The minute 14 in the hands of Wadu. Top from the other side. Does manage to connect a few shots. Pika is going to be there right next to his teammate in a few short moments as well. So Janmara, they need to be extremely careful with how they engage against the players of godlike Stalwart, because this is their home. This is a position, an area that they know like the back of their hands. They know the terrain very, very nicely, so can turn the fights around. Dead eyes, guys, in a world of hurt. Sus going for the spray with the AK is going to be forced to back off, but instantly switching targets. Dead eyes, guys, they're going for the push. The dive was there. Sus, he failed to notice the man that was dropping right next to him, and all of a sudden, Raw, they find themselves with the last player surviving. Liquid, oh, is he live? Not anymore. There he goes. Raw ladies and gentlemen, are going to be the first team to be sent back to the lobby.
An unfortunate outing. Raw did not see really this one coming, as the players at Deadeye's guys just cleaned him up like it's nothing. Not even breaking a sweat in that fight. One player was knocked out on top of the rock, but they knew it's going to be an easy cake for him to get back upon his feet, and that's what has exactly happened. Deadeye's guys, after that sort of a cleanup, they will be feeling the confidence all-time high. But imagine if the circle shifts up north. All the teams that are currently down south, they will be in such a big panic mode.
Yeah.
They won't know how to react. One thing I can tell you for sure, though, is that the players of WIZZES Club right now, they're all the way in Georgiapol, and they still haven't made it down south. One of the most late rotations so far inside the game. And WIZZES Club, they're tanking a lot of damage too. So I don't know what the game plan is going to be for them, because they're pretty much going to be stepping inside a territory that they have no clue about. They will have no info on what exactly is going on inside the circle. But if you speak about teams that were struggling, or that are struggling, even VENOM Legends' name should be taken in there.
I mean, yeah. VENOM Legends, the first week with how they began these league stages, I saw signs of hope, but then it all started to fall apart during week 2. Dax, on the other side, have lost one of their players. The Assault was picked up a few moments ago, but they do hear all the commotion that is being created by the players of Gremlin Storm and Janmara in the distance. I guess they are just trying to protect their position instead of just going on an engagement on either of these teams. While Gremlin Storm just being as chaotic as possible. Janmara down to their last player. Wadu is going to be the last man surviving. He's trying to go for a revive on his teammate, but it won't be an easy one. In the meanwhile, Rowdy, look at this. This is very interesting now. He's managed to close in on the players of Dax. And if he positions himself correctly, he can actually just use the third-person perspective to gather all of this information as to how the players of Dax have positioned themselves in that barn house.
Yeah.
From all 4 corners, Gremlin Storm, they might just collapse on Dax, finish them off, secure the points and leave.
Dax right now just grouped up inside one house, though. And I don't like the way they're being surrounded too. So Dax is pretty much in a deadlock unless if Gremlin Storm gets shot at in the back, and that's what exactly happens. Gremlin Storm, they get shot at in the back by the players of Giant Mara, but now even Giant Mara, they have their own troubles to deal with, as the T2K players, they've completely just pounced on top of the players of Giant Mara, and they're challenging this compound. Now Giant Mara being forced into a defensive stance to play it a little bit safe and sound, and Jane wants to sneak some nades inside the house.
Well, let's see though. Jane, with a nade being cooked, is going to try and see if he can finish off the player. The last player from the side of Janmara, as Wadu is just going to try and hide inside the smoke. Along with his teammate, No Fear. It's a 3v2 situation inside the squad house. Jane, one more nade is going to be lobbed on the first floor, failing to connect. It's a waiting game between these two teams. No one having an opportunity or an opening to go for a push. 12 minutes in, still 15 teams, 53 players alive in this match. But I think, again, what is the most fun about this game are going to be the shifts of the circle. We saw the second zone move completely towards the eastern side of the military island, and now it's right on the observatory area where the players of Godlike Stalwart usually play in situations like these. But No Fear with an aid is going to drop Sandesh to his knees in this fight between Janmara and T2K. Now T2K, the numbers equalized. It's a 2v2 situation between the two teams. The spray from Jane, it's going to be quite precise. Again, swinging the advantage in the favor of T2K. The final push is going to be here, and Gunner, he is going to be extremely cautious with how he takes this fight. Only one knock could be secured, but even that was an instant trade right there. Janmara leaving this game on the 14th position.
And T2K also getting their hands on a compound that is pretty strong right now. They can definitely rely on that. But A1 Esports currently is in the smack center, in the prime spot, with the high ground too. They are looking pretty good so far, but if the circle takes a hard shift away from them, they shouldn't struggle much because they are in the smack center. They won't need to adjust quite a lot, but they will be barely able to get inside the circle. They will need to try and play from the edges. MABETEX Esports is still in the water lines, and there's a big chance they might get held off at the bay by the players of godlike Stalwart. VENOM Legends just camping out the bridge. We might see a little clash between the players of VENOM Legends and Seal. High voltage over there too. This clash is definitely going to be quite interesting. The players of high voltage are approaching this fight as well. And they might take advantage of these two people fighting. The brawl continues. And we're still waiting for that third party from the side of high voltage.
Well, we talked about advantage. We are about to find out how big of an advantage it will be.
They already ran away from the bridge. What?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the biggest advantage you can take between two people fighting.
Oh, well, I think it is gonna...
They got a free rotation.
they haven't rotated from the bridge if you look carefully.
Look at it.
No, they haven't. They're waiting.
Yeah, exactly. But that's what I'm saying.
No, they
right?
haven't moved. They're waiting for both of them
Now
at the
they're
same time.
camping. Oh,
They're
talk about
waiting on
flipping
the bridge.
tables. Talk about flipping the tables. High voltage, now they are going to be the conquerors of the bridge. And they're just waiting for both these teams to cross on over. This is why VENOM Legends should have pushed inside a little bit deeper. But Seal as well, now against the players of VENOM Legends. VENOM Legends just being pounced on by two players, or two teams.
Oh no, he got
And
spotted.
they're in a
Probeen
sandwich
now.
situation. Yep. And look at him. Probeen's in the front. Probeen knows exactly that Gangster's in the front, and he's just waiting for Gangster to step out. Assassin is also mowing down lawns in the front. This time it's going to be Seal in the receiving end. And last man might just fall down in a matter of seconds, and he's about to as well.
Well, let's see though, high voltage. The plan failed when Probeen was spotted out. Now, VENOM Legends are going to be aware of the fact that high voltage is waiting for them, but it's not going to matter. High voltage is securing every single point that they can from this entire situation. A 200 IQ player over here, as you said, just taking advantage of the fact that Seal Esports and VENOM Legends were too busy dealing with each other. High voltage decided to take control of the bridge, of a particular section of the bridge, in fact, which was still inside the safe zone, and they waited for both these teams. But look at this. I don't think fishing with dynamites is allowed anymore.
Well, these
Like
guys are going to make it happen.
care.
Remember
Yeah.
the wireless fishing rod? This is what I was talking about.
Wireless fishing rod.
Yes.
Yeah, I think you definitely need to get yourself checked. Hearing voices, wireless fishing rod.
With the nades, man.
Well, if you do actually come up with a wireless fishing rod, I believe that's $1 billion idea right there.
I know, right? If you think about it. I mean, it's not impossible, too, to invent it. Is it?
Yeah.
Okay,
I mean, how are
let's
you
not
supposed
talk
to
about it.
How are you supposed to like recall stuff? Like in the fishing rod, you're supposed to turn that.
I don't know, man.
You have a string, right?
If,
Like,
if
that you
I
pull
had a
back
clue,
on.
I would
Yeah.
be a, you know, someone great in the world.
Well, you are somewhere great in the world. We are the PMPL South Asia.
Exactly. We all are great. Even the audience,
Yes.
even the viewers are great. Hearts in the chat. But right now,
Yeah, what are they doing?
I got no clue. They're just having a great time, just running around. They're a gang right now.
Ooh.
But yeah, godlike Stalwart. They have 5 elimination points wrapped up. Deadeye's guys too, with 5 eliminations. But unfortunately, there's a casualty on their name. These are the two teams that have the most amount of elimination points so far. So teams are definitely struggling when it comes to the elimination points. We're not seeing anyone so far just go all out, guns blazing. T2K, they had all the 4 players up, but now because the circle took a shift away from them, they needed to make a rotation happen as well. But this rotation's not working out so far because from the back two, it's going to be the players of godlike Stalwart closing in soon. High voltage as well is just creating a lot of problems. Godlike Stalwart, they are being stopped in their tracks because 2 players are being found. Action and Top is being knocked out, and those are the 2 star players. Godlike Stalwart, if they want this chicken dinner, they cannot afford to lose out on those players.
Yeah. Quite critical to have your numbers up for the closing moments of the game. Well, let's see High Voltage in a very awkward situation right now. They are in the center of a massive, massive cluster, so they have to be extremely careful with how they would want to try and move out. But godlike Stalwart, all that driving around, not really working out for them as their numbers are dwindled down. Top in action, the two players left standing for the team, and one after the other. They are securing those extra points for their squad, but Pika is going to be finished off as well by SpikeX from Dax. Action, he's going to get up with a UMP. Again, perfectly thrown down. Oh, what a finish by Domain. The jump shot connecting. And that's going to be it from the side of godlike Stalwart. 11 teams remaining, 30 players still alive. WIZZES Club still managing to survive and stay alive.
And considering they made such a late rotation all the way from Georgia Pool, they were tanking the damage from the blue zone for such a long time. And they've still managed to stay alive for so long. Godlike Stalwart is not in the game anymore, being eliminated quite early off. And considering the fact that the circle shifted on the military island, I expected more from this team. But they just want to take a lot of fights. They just don't want to care about anything at this point. Dax on our screens, and Dax really does need this game as well. Even the players of Skylightz Gaming, this is a game that can be the momentum booster for them. 1952 really close. The nades are now sailing in. Dante needs to fall back. And 1952, eventually they'll need to suppress themselves as well. They're currently in the southern side, but there's a team in the front that's being a big thorn in their way. They cannot even contest that area completely. Deadeye's Warriors on the other side as well. They're just mowing down Skylightz Gaming in the front. The bullets of pain are just shredding them away. As Dax, they'll put the final nail in the coffin.
Oh, Dax getting eliminated earlier than they anticipated, but let's see, Skylightz Gaming might suffer the same fate soon. The U Warriors, they just have that first elimination. And Nirzed, with that being said, is going to be taken down by the players of A1NB. The players quite far away from each other.
Yeah.
But it should be an easy revive. There's no one near them apart from the players of 1952, and it's just two lads rotating out in the open. It won't be an easy rotation for them.
A1 Esports currently in the strongest position inside the circle, Johnny.
They have been in this spot for, I believe, the last 10 minutes at least. The early rotation that was there. In fact, as soon as they were dropping out of the plane, they switched their targets. Instead of going for the farm drop, they dropped right on the military island. And then, if you remember, every single time there was a military circle, the observatory was taken over by the players of godlike Stalwart. This time, A1 Esports were the ones who got there first, and because of this, they have been uncontested until now. But the challenge is, if the zone moves away from them, then the coming down from this mountain, it is going to be close to impossible. But Hitman, look at this, on top, spotted out. Still surviving somehow, though.
Yeah, Deadeye's guys needs to be taken care of if they do want to make the rotation. Before now, there's a fight breaking down between 1952 and even Gremlin Storm. Gremlin Storm with only two players, they're still somehow able to stop the players in 1952 in their tracks. They have some close-range weapons. That's why a close-range fight, if any other team is trying to challenge against the players of Gremlin Storm, it's not going to pan out well for them.
Ooh. Quite a nasty fate for Reg right there, out in the open, prone out. Gets finished off by the Uzi. 6 teams, 19 players remaining. DE, look at that. An amazing run. We thought they lost one player. Their gunpowder was not going to be at max, but still managed to secure 10 finishes already. On the other side, Skylightz Gaming, 2 players taken out by Sneak. A wonderful spray onto that moving vehicle. Sneak now switching targets, going for the lads of A1NB. Before he decides to push forward, has to go for a revive on his teammate who was knocked out just now. Doc, also just gathering a lot of information on the opposition, is going to lob a smoke to create a pathway for him to close the distance between him and his teammates. Gajor on the other side, this DP is going to be extremely deadly if Doc, even for a second, is going to be spotted out.
DEW right now, they have the entire zone control. And they're looking so dominant doing so too. A1NB, not working out for them. One player's been knocked out outside the zone as well. He's going to be taking a lot of damage, and he's not going to be able to survive the wall of death. But now DEW, they start to make a push happen. They know the players of AVNB are quite hurt. Sinister patching himself up, but he's not going to be given an opportunity to patch up. And Deadeye's Warriors being as aggressive as they like to be as always. That's what they exactly do. Just dismantle the entire team of A1 Esports. And now it's going to be the last man soon to wrap it up as well. But no Hitman strikes back harder. And he finds the opening. Deadeye's Warriors, one player's being lost, but A1 and B2 might just fall down anytime soon in a matter of seconds. Hitman's barely alive on a sliver of health. Deadeye's guys taking advantage of the fight that was happening between the players of Deadeye's Warriors. They have managed to sneak inside the circle.
Well, teams getting eliminated one after the other without any delay, and now finally we are here in the top 3 of this game, ladies and gentlemen. Deadeye's guys, the Warriors, and the players of Gremlin Storm still in this match, but with Chari on his knees, it is going to be quite difficult for the players of DE to survive. Sneak, he's going for the push again with the UMP, is going to pre-fire right on top of that bridge to prevent Joker from climbing up and taking the fight head on against the players of DE Warriors. But DE Warriors, they are completely aware of where Deadeye's guys are running away to. Both of them spawned out and finished off in a single spray. All 40 of those rounds connecting, and in the end, Gremlin Storm will bow down as well. DE Warriors walking away with an impressive win in the very first game. 14 eliminations, 29 points secured.
As impressive as ever with the gunpowder they have. They just outrule every single team inside the lobby, and they get that second spot in the overall league standings, ladies and gentlemen. With that game, they toppled over DRS.
Ooh, this is very, very intense. As you mentioned, they have toppled over DRS, and now in the overall league rankings, they're going to be sitting on the second position. So DRS, I think, I wonder what their game plan is going to be to regain their spot, because the difference, even before we started the day, it was quite decent, right? And they managed to cover it all up in just one single game. So it's going to be quite interesting to see what the game plan for DRS is going to look like. My apologies. And also, how do godlike Stalwart now look at this situation? Because earlier on, if you remember, we have always talked about it. They don't feel any pressure from any of the other teams. But now I believe the Warriors is going to be putting them under some pressure. Well, we will discuss this and more, but right after this very short break. Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia fall season of 2022. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me, and what an interesting start to the day. First of all, the circle was amazing, completely opposite to the flight path, and also to the extreme southeast portion of the map, finishing on the military island, and also the performance of the players of DE Warriors. Now, Necro, it feels like every single time we get a military circle, one of these two teams is going to win. Either it's going to be godlike Stalwart or it's going to be DE Warriors.
I mean, DE Warriors, man, the way they really do just navigate around the entire military base, the way they played those micro rotations, the micro adjustments that we saw. And luckily for them too, the circle kind of favored them. Let's be honest, in the final moments, the circle favored them. But the way they capitalized that circle, the way they took that advantage instantly and spread themselves out wide enough to take the entire circle control and make sure the players of AVID NB are not going to be able to reach inside. I just love that proactive nature, the confidence this team has is really making them, helping them make these type of moves and helping them really go aggressive against the other teams.
Well, yeah, and it is going to be quite interesting to see how they progress from here on out. But looking at the player focus over here, Joker from the side of DE is going to be on the first position, but he's going to be followed quite closely by the players of DE Warriors. 5 eliminations on Sneak and East, both of them, and it did get quite intense between these two teams in the very end. I don't know why the decision was actually made to fall back down on the slope instead of just going for a head-on fight, because On Top had a very good flank when he was hiding behind the vehicle close to the tree towards the very end. And On Top's performance in this game was also very amazing. But Top, once again, finding the list in the top players. I think this does put him in the first position now as far as the elimination leaders are considered, if I'm not wrong.
Exactly. I mean, take a look at the match summary too, Johnny. You have highest eliminations from the side of Sneaks. Then you have highest damage coming in from the side of Nirzet. And then you have highest assist from, it's going to be Doc922. I mean, it's just the entire team of DE Warriors. And then you have Seal coming in, Kese with 636 healing done. I mean, that's not going to be something that'll help your team climb the overall rankings, but at least we'll get you the spotlight.
Well, it does, as you mentioned, get them the spotlight, but let's see for how long are they going to be in there, though. And it is going to be important to be just as aggressive as they were in this particular game. Seal Esports, though, along with 2 players, Kise Wally, as you mentioned, high ceiling done. AJ is going to be there on the 3rd, and we have the last player, Slayer, on the list, sitting on the 4th position. Moving forward, we have the match rankings of the first game. 29 points to the players of DE Warriors. Deadeye's guys also having a pretty amazing run, managing to secure 22 points from this match. Gremlin Storm on the other side, finishing with 17 points. And then there is the fall-off with A1NB just securing 9 points in this game.
Exactly. I mean, A1NB, as you mentioned, just securing 9 points. And considering they had the entire circle for themselves too, they were still not able to capitalize on that. I feel like A1NB should have been a little bit more aggressive and should have tried to take a little bit more fights, because they've only got 1 elimination point, and that's not enough because you were in the prime spot for the majority of the game, right?
Yeah. I mean, they were in the prime spot, but as I mentioned, like, just coming down from that mountain, it's such a big challenge. It is a very, very impossible Herculean task, if you will. Just coming down that open slope. You don't have any cover available. Everyone knows you have been creating so much chaos, so everyone is eyeing for you. And it is just too much pressure to absorb. The only way Godlike Stalwart have been able to deal with that is just making sure that everyone else is... Every single other team below them is dwindled down to either 1 or 2 players. They make sure they get those pickups before they move down. And that is how they do manage to swing the pressure in their own favor. But looking at the Oppo F21 Pro moments of this match, and this was a very fun game to watch. We had a lot of interesting fights. This moment from No Fear of Janmara, I mean, it was brilliant as well. Tried his level best to take on the players of T2K. And at one point they did equalize the numbers as well, but then that 1v1, which is basically a 50-50 situation, he did fall down, and T2K were able to close the entire fight out.
And especially that bridge fight that we saw, High Voltage just taking advantage of the 2 teams fighting and just going all the way inside. And then you saw Seal as well in a big world of trouble, and even another team who were in big world of trouble. So High Voltage played that perfectly, capitalized on that pretty well, had a lot of info to work around with, and the instant adjustment on the fly. High Voltage executed that to perfection. As we have the damage graph in front of us in DW, they've got 14 elimination points with a damage number of 2356. Then you have Gremlin Storm on the 2nd spot with 5 eliminations and 912 damage dealt. And then you have Deadeye's guys with 12 eliminations and 1685 damage dealt. So even a solid game from a team like Deadeye's guys.
Well, it was a pretty solid performance, as you mentioned, from the players of Deadeye's guys. Finishing in the top 3 and being aggressive at the same time. We don't really see them play like this in their usual matches. So their usual performances are more oriented towards getting those consistent placement points. But this game is something else. And looking at the overall rankings, oh, alrighty, look at that. It's not just DE Warriors moving up, it's Gremlin Storm as well. Gremlin Storm sitting on the 1st position in the overall rankings.
Well, I did not see that coming. Gremlin Storm right now are holding the throne of this week's overall ranking, ladies and gentlemen. On the 1st spot with 134 points, currently tied up with the players of DE Warriors, a team that won the previous game, and Godlike Stalwart, they were not really able to show themselves up. So, of course, the position, they still have it. but it has been toppled over by DEW. A big leap, 3-position leap, and talk about another leap. That's going to be Deadites, guys. We were having a conversation about this team at the start of the day, and now look at him, already on the first half of the board in top 8.
Well. I mean, it is an impressive run that they are having, and let's not forget, things did not start out like this for the lads of Gremlin Storm. Things did not start like this, well, at least for this week, for the players from the side of Godlike Stalwart as well. So these teams managing to recover, it is looking very, very impressive from their side, and hopefully we get to see similar action in the rest of the matches today as well. But looking at the latter half of the ranking, we do see Skylightz Gaming gaining a few positions, in fact gaining just 1 position for themselves as they move from the 12th to the 11th spot, and so does High Voltage as well. They move from the 15th to the 14th position. Also, another thing to keep in mind, only the top 12 at the end of tomorrow get to play in that Livik game. So the fight for Livik and for those bonus points of Livik is also underway between these teams. And it will go on because the next match, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be played on the map of Miramar. And again, as we have been talking about it, teams from Group D won't be playing in the next particular match. So
Interesting.
it is going to be quite interesting to see how, in fact, the other teams react, because Godlike Stalwart is not going to be there, Gremlin Storm is not going to be there, Deadites guys are not going to be there, and Janmara is not going to be there. So basically, 2 out of the top 3 teams are not going to be performing. That means the other lads do have an opportunity to catch up, and especially the players from the side of DE Warriors, who are literally just tied up with the players of GSM.
Exactly, but Johnny, it's time to predict. And as we were speaking of how Deadites guys have finally got the momentum inside the game with the previous solid game, the momentum now is going to be broken because they're not going to be playing the upcoming game anymore. But now it's time to make the predictions, Johnny. Which team you think will take this one?
Are we going YOLO again?
Yeah.
Alrighty, then I'll go with TRZ.
TRZ?
Yeah.
Okay,
It's
a
gonna be the
team that
first game of
definitely
the day.
needs, I would say a team that definitely needs a lot of wishes right now. That is TRZ. They need a lot of prayers. They need supporters. They need some love. And I love the fact that you went with TRZ, but I'm going to go with Godlike Stalwart.
Wow. Yeah, for sure. Go with Godlike Stalwart. I mean, the team that's not even playing in the next match.
Oh, my bad. Godlike I'll go with High Voltage.
Nice. Nice.
I actually just wanted to backstab you, man.
This
I
is
said
what
we're
happens when
gonna-
you are overconfident about yourself. Never be overconfident in life, ladies and gentlemen.
I just wanted to backstab Johnny so bad.
Yeah. That's why you will never win against me.
That's just cap, man.
You need to learn to be a little humble, Necro.
But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, these are the predictions from our side. High Voltage is mine. And again, I mean, Johnny went with someone that, again, as I mentioned, they really do need a lot of prayers and supports and love. But High Voltage is one of those teams that is pretty sitting comfy on the first spot. I mean, somewhere in the top 5 in the overall league standings. I don't exactly remember. I don't have them in my mind. But yeah, High Voltage is definitely a solid team. But if you speak about this week's rankings, though, High Voltage is sitting on 15th spot. So they're not doing too hot inside this week.
Exactly. I mean, we have always talked about this High Voltage. If you look at the overall run of this particular PMPL, they have been looking very good. They, as far as the bonus point rankings are considered, High Voltage is sitting on the first position. They have the most number of bonus points. So if the finals were to start right now with the points for this week just washing away, I think High Voltage will be starting with a very nice advantage for the grand finals. But in order to get there, they have to perform this week as well. And this week, as you just mentioned, it has been quite shaky for them. And it is quite a worrisome situation now, because it's not like they are doing anything different or the other teams are doing anything different. It's just that they have been unlucky for so long. This entire week has just been not going their way so far. So it's going to be quite important that starting today, and in fact starting right now, High Voltage, they buckle up and they start pushing forward. Otherwise, I think recovering in the finals, if you give an advantage to the teams like DRS, to teams like Skylightz Gaming, and also the Warriors and Godlike Stalwart, if these guys get ahead, then it's going to be really difficult for High Voltage to catch up once the finals begin.
I mean, understandable, I guess, but at the same time, as we are seeing, you know, some of the teams just getting that one solid big hammer strike down, and then they just instantly boost themselves up on the first half of the board. I think so this is going to be the similar story with high voltage too, probably, hopefully has to be, because if that is not going to be the case, then week 3 of course will be let down, but is that really going to affect them in the overall league standings run? No.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. It is definitely not going to affect their run. Oh, but look at there's the trajectory of the plane. Starting from Impala, going all the way through to Masera towards the western edge of the map, just between La Triela and Valle del Mar. So this flight path leans heavily towards the southern part of the map. Anyone trying to get towards LSR, El Pozo, they are going to be in a world of trouble. One of those teams is going to be the lads from 1952 are dropping towards the extreme eastern side of the map for a change. Quite interesting. In fact, VENOM Legends do realize Impala this time is going to be completely abandoned. They are going to be quite happy just taking the city under their control. Let's see if we get to see a few early drop clashes in this particular match, because you do see that Hacienda cluster that forms every single time we jump into a game of Miramar. Well, those teams are going to be struggling to get to their locations.
Speak of teams struggling to get to their locations, I feel like we're probably going to be seeing a little drop collision soon, because these type of plane fly path means a lot of early game battles, and we love to see those early game action. But the circle is going to be completely up north. The circle is already being cruel, just shifting all the way on the opposite side of the plane fly path. That means now teams will need to try and wrap up loot and get in the prime spots as quick as possible. And the prime spot has to be Crater Fields Mountains.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Craterfield Mountains, a position from where you can definitely see the threat headed your way, but it's quite difficult to hold that position as well, especially for a long time. But let's see how this game is going to go with the trajectory down south and the circle up north. I think there are going to be a few of these teams that will look to rotate early. Especially right now, looking at the map, I'm wondering what the players from the side of Raw are going to be up to, considering the 4-man split drop that they've gone for. I believe would have been spotted out by the players of TRZ. We do see Mr. Smokey moving towards the Los Higos Island, while his other 2 teammates are also just looting the small compounds in the middle of nowhere. So no early collisions yet again on Miramar. That means podcast hour is back.
Interesting. No early collisions, Johnny. I expected some early collisions, but yeah. I mean, teams are really close to each other.
Yeah.
Don't get me wrong. They are really freaking close to each other, but they're still not deciding to fight. MABETEX Esports as well inside Los Leones. As I've been mentioning over and over again, 3 teams can definitely loot without even crossing each other's eyes. Inside Los Leones, it's a massive city, so I don't think so we're going to see any type of fights over there too, but maybe Raw and TRZ. Raw is all the way down south in the prison island. TRZ is kind of close to Valle del Mar, and one of the players from the side of Raw, it's Liquid. He's also quite close, but look at Skylightz Gaming on the map, Johnny. They're rotating all the way from the outskirts on the left side towards El Pozo, minimizing all the risks in the way.
Well, sure, it's not going to be easy, even once they get there, to close out this particular match. Dax as well have somehow managed to get themselves to El Pozo, and since there is not going to be anyone there to challenge them, I guess for the first time on the map of Miramar, Dax are going to be quite happy about being alone. But again, early stages of Miramar are extremely easy. Late stages of Miramar are some of the toughest positions you could find yourself in. So it is definitely going to be a game where teams and individuals are going to get paranoid post 15-minute marker. And I keep wondering when we will get to see the first blood of the game. I believe soon though, because with how Raw have decided to drop, they will definitely get gate kept within the second zone itself. They're going to be the furthest ones away from the zone, all the way on that prison island. All 4 players are going to be there. And with how they are moving, I think it will be a not a drop clash, but a mid-rotation fight against the players of TRZ, who are holding their ground in the city of Valle del Mar.
Yeah, but this sort of a situation has occurred even in the past, and in the past they did not really fight against each other. So I really doubt that happening as well, because pretty much Liquid will make the rotation happen from on top of the bridge, and bridge is right on top of Valle del Mar. Now, the players at TRZ will definitely hear the buggy or the vehicle going away, but they won't be able to react because the bridge is on top of Valle del Mar, so it should be a clean-cut rotation, and that's what they exactly did last time, too. One player sent in the front, scouting out the areas because they knew TRZ's in the clotheslines, and as soon as they saw the players at TRZ take an exit, then the rest of the players from the Raw as well started moving in. But right now, the wall of death as well is starting to close in, so that means teams, now the pressure is going to be a lot, especially the teams that are still in the outskirts. And the fun fact is that the majority of the teams are in the outskirts, including the players of Deadeye's Warriors. High Voltage is barely on the edge inside Picado. Even they'll need to force themselves in. 1952, if you speak about this team, they are inside El Azhar, currently outside the circle, but it's not going to be tough for them to make it in. It's a clear route.
Well, it looks clear for now, but you won't know for sure until you actually push through. Okay, say moving alone, just trying to move up north along the eastern highway of the map. He's not too far away from his teammate, so it shouldn't take him a while. Shouldn't take him too long to just regroup with the rest of the squad of Seal Esports. The worrisome situation for Seal Esports is going to be if their rotation actually clashes with that of VENOM Legends. But luckily, VENOM Legends have gone for a 1-3 split, wherein Gangster is actually leading the charge for the team. Everyone else is just following him from a little bit of a distance. So if there is a fight between Seal Esports versus VENOM Legends, it is going to be a 3v4 situation in the favor of Seal Esports, a fight they can easily win. Let's see if that is actually going to happen. And you were also right about the TRZ and Raw situation, Necro. TRZ just abandoned Valle del Mar, let Raw through, and now they are going to be holding the southwestern edge of the zone towards Monte Nuevo. Raw on the other side are doing the exactly the same thing that Skylightz Gaming did. They're following the mountains on the western edge of the map, and it is going to be a clear pathway for them to enter the zone from either Trailer Park or just southwest of El Pozo.
Speak of that, as you mentioned, even the T2K rotation that is coming through, 1952 as well is rotating right on the parallel side of T2K, and there might be a rotation collision right there soon. I just do see them sort of just moving into each other on my map. MABETEX Esports as well, they finally left the city of Los Leones on a move towards the center of the circle. Right now, the center is pretty much stacked up with a lot of teams, so going for the center is not going to be a good idea. You will need to try and capitalize with the edge or either the off-center positionings.
Oh, TRZ Mamba finding the opening as Zul from the side of IHC is going to be taken out. First blood of the game secured, but IHC, they retaliate, and Godless shows a big instant knock and finish. TRZ are going to be one player down as well. On the other side, Bishal from the side of Elementrix also getting spoiled out. But he's not peeking, not too keen on taking this fight. IHC, they're trying their level best to force an engagement, making a lot of noise, trying to get him to peek the ridge again and again to gather any bit of information, but Bishal just being extremely patient, waiting for his teammates to show up.
Right now, IHC is just peppering down the shots. Oh, the burst was definitely quite nice. It did connect, but not exactly on the mark. Just some bullets being exchanged so far, some max being unloaded, but nothing critical happening right now. Teams are definitely able to gather the information, though. They know where exactly teams are placed around them. So in the future stages, they would know where to navigate the rotation from.
So usually at this point, we do see a massive cluster already forming in the center of the zone. This time, that's not the case. There's a wide variety of options available to the teams in the northwest in Miramar Circle. T2K playing from La Cobriera. 1952 just taking the mountains east of La Cobriera, but DRS on our screens. Killer YT spotting out one of the lads from the side of Skylightz Gaming, but forgets about his flank, and Mafia Ninja does manage to dish out a little bit of damage on the opposition, but not enough to secure an opening.
Oh, that was a nice shot right on his skull. Helmet's about to break down too. Bishal is metting himself up. Now he's learned his lesson. I don't think so he's going to peek out from the same angle anymore, because that's being watched pretty keenly. And it's IT in the front too, so you do not really want to give him fights like these, because they always do come out on top. IT, even though they've been struggling so far in some 4-on-4 fights, you never do want to underestimate them. And right now, Elementrix, they definitely do want a little piece of the players of IT, but right now it's a fight going on between the players of Seal and MABETEX. As Seal, they make the push happen, just straight up send it on the players of MABETEX. And MABETEX, they're getting dismantled alive.
Quite an unlucky moment for them, but Zeke is going to get shot in the back from the players of High Voltage, almost going down. Luckily managed to survive. High Voltage Assassin, though, does get a few points for his team, as Hershey is going to be picked up by him. Wally is still trying to protect his position. He's taking on the players of Seal all by himself, but High Voltage to the rescue, as the third party is going to be a blessing in disguise for the players of MABETEX. Malik is going to knock and finish off Zeke, dwindling down the numbers of Seal Esports, allowing an opportunity for MABETEX to back off. Wally and Leo, let's see if they do manage to get away from this.
Still, though, the circle keeps on centering on up, just a little tilted towards down south. Not a lot to worry about. DRS with a 2-2 split, they have found themselves on top of the crater fields. The mountain right now is heavily being guarded. As I mentioned too at the start of the game, crater fields has to be the best spot to be in. And that is what proven out to be true so far. Airdrop as well is going to be on the board. It's going to be airdrop 2 with the MG3 in it and a couple of upgrades if the teams do want to go for it. But TRC and Seal, the battle continues. And they managed to somehow still pick each other apart. Elementrix on top of the players of VENOM Esports. That's a clear line of sight, but no knockout yet.
$16 teams, 57 players still alive. Precious does see the bus moving in the distance, but a little too far away for him to do anything about it. Does relay the information to his teammate Bishal, though, who's exactly on the hill where the bus did end up going. Sus from the side of Raw, Mini 14 in his hands. He's looking to see if he can spot out one of the players from the side of the Warriors on the other edge. He's checking where exactly he can peek from to try and gather a little bit of information. The opposition Dax struggled, has East in his crosshairs, trying his level best to connect anything, but East refusing to peek. No openings being given.
Yeah, DW is still just in the back right there. Not even peeking out a lot, just keeping themselves pinned behind the cover. They're being suppressed down pretty well. DAX Esports as all the 4 players are inside crater field still. The grounds around them are quite open, and for them to rotate outside that position has to be next to impossible because they are being surrounded by even DW and the players of Raw. WIZZES Club, quite a risky way to play the game, and that's what is exactly going to happen. WIZZES Club being forced away, but no, not being forced just yet. They're being completely dismantled. As one player's been taken down, the second might just follow it up soon too. The Wall of Death should be able to get the confirmation on the fallen man. And it will.
Well, let's see the zone shifting completely on the players of Skylightz Gaming now. Along with them, the Warriors having an easier rotation towards the zone. Dax on the northwestern edge, my apologies. I'm going to be safe for a little while as well. IHC on the other side getting spotted out by the players of High Voltage. But is this really a position from where you want to fight High Voltage? The furthest ones away from the zone, IHC definitely having an advantageous spot. A little bit closer to the zone in comparison. But it looks like unaware of the threat that is lurking behind them.
Completely, and yeah, it's just gonna get blown up. Some precise shooting, nice brace from the side of High Voltage, now just tapping away with the mini. And definitely a lot of damage is being dealt. High Voltage, they're able to find those 2 pieces for themselves. Definitely are looking like a pack of soldiers, just moving together, united with each other. Difficult to separate away from each other, and right now High Voltage is the team with the most amount of elimination points too inside the game. 5 eliminations wrapped up. There's still a lot of teams alive, and the fights continue.
The fights are definitely continuing everywhere, all over the map, all over the zone right now, as the southeastern edge of the zone is getting extremely cluttered up with a lot of teams. TRZ, ATRAX, MABETEX, High Voltage, IHC, Skylightz Gaming, all of them moving in from the eastern side of the map. And look at that, Mr. Boda finding the opening. Octopus going down. Domain all of a sudden the last player surviving for his team. No eliminations for WIZZES Club in this particular match. And he's running out in the open. I believe AJ is going to be finishing him off soon.
Yeah, he will. But right now, DRS too, in a fight. Fights are definitely quite scattered across the board, but finally, Dax, they managed to find the man from T2K. That's going to be the second one too, as the first man was taken down way too low as well. But T2K, they instantly carry the man, take him back to safety inside the cover. And we'll probably stick the res onto that man. Dax on the other side, on the edge, with all the 4 players up and alive. As I mentioned, for them to make it out of that position, it's going to be next to impossible, because in the front, it's complete open fields of crater fields. And to navigate around that, you really have to find yourself in some lucky shoes to not really catch a lot of damage, not really catch a lot of hurt onto yourself. Skylightz Gaming too now, you do see them in the elimination feed against the players of High Voltage. IT on top of the hill, looking to toss some nades on inside the shack, and they will do so, but they're getting charged on from somewhere else, and it's going to be the players of High Voltage. They're trying to defend the players that are inside the shack, but they're not going to be able to do so successfully. Alex somehow is able to find both of them, and he's able to shut them down, but the game's already being spoiled.
Well, let's see though. Alex somehow managed to hold his ground for so long, but then finally falls down as the sandwich situation kept getting worse and worse by the second. High Voltage getting shot from the distance. Nima trying his level best to secure the points for his team. Can in fact go for the players of TRZ as well, but ATRAX Yeta, we do see him closing the distance from the rear. Is going to be a very nasty, unpleasant surprise for players of High Voltage, but look at this, Rules. Does he know? He heard the players of 1952 entering this factory, but does he know there was a man towards his close left? He's not checking that spot. He's completely zoned in on Jax. Nade after nade, utility after utility being committed to try and flush Jax out of position, but Devil Boy, he's still hidden. And if he stays hidden, that means it is going to be trouble in paradise. for rules over there. Oh, he manages to get away.
Speak of trouble in paradise right now, 1952. Just charging in, and they're not even scared of the team in the front. Just easily taking them down. And Devil Boy keeps on continuing the march forward. And DRS do the same thing as well. But unfortunately, there was a team in the back, but not anymore. They've managed to get rid of the threat, but T2K, even they have their own troubles to deal with. This time it's going to be Assault OP just completely standing inside the enemy territory. Don't know what the game plan was there, but it definitely was not a good one. Dax, they are getting dismatched, so 2 players are out in the game now. It's just time for the final nail in the coffin, and it will be put in.
Well, let's see, as you mentioned, Dax getting eliminated from this game quite early on than they expected or anticipated. 8 teams remaining, 21 players still alive. DRS, Gyanthe knocked out while Killer Whitey trying his level best to survive. Oh, where did the shot come from? Killer Whitey is there barely with a sliver of HP, and another one connects. He is going to be finished off. Mr. Boro, you sneaky, sneaky man. Out of nowhere. Picking up that point for his team.
Speak of picking up that point, and right now DW, as always, just in a really good spot and trying to still be proactive at that spot itself. The position is definitely good, but the cover, if you ask me, it's not the best you can ask for. VENOM Legends and Seal, the fight breaks down, and Seal only had 1 soldier alive, and he's not going to be able to pull a lot off from that. VENOM Legends get rid of the last man of Seal, and this should be it for them. VENOM Legends, they keep on moving forward, but they need to make it inside the circle, and in the front are going to be the complete open grounds, and they get shot at from somewhere else. It's going to be T2K, who want a little piece against the players of VENOM Legends. 1 player's knocked out. He's on the verge of getting confirmed as well, and it's Jane with the M416 suppressor.
Well, let's see, 6 teams, 16 players still alive. VENOM Legends, we did talk about them before this match began as well. I've been struggling for a bit, but this game, it looks like it can be theirs. They can get a lot of extra points from this particular match if they manage to finish in the top 4 and pick off a few extra players along the way. Just 2 players left. Susan and Gangster, all the responsibility falling on their shoulders. In the meanwhile, Elementrix, Yetta, and Orange in a similar situation. Although they do have the edge of the zone available, and from where they are, I believe it's going to be quite likely that Skylightz Gaming are just going to let them be for a little while at least. Just focused in on the players of DE Warriors, who have yet again made it to the top 6 with 3 players from their lineup still alive.
And the circle shifts out in no man's land, and no cover to play around with. Maybe if you're lucky enough, you'll be able to find the only ridge available. Other than that, it should be complete open grounds. And of course, as always, high ground's going to play a crucial role in this one. T2K, they do seem like a pretty well-oiled team so far, but DE Warriors, they are going to be a big thorn in the way for a lot of teams currently inside the lobby. They are in the edge, and they have line of sight on every single team that is against him. But even they themselves are in a little bit of disadvantage. They're in the lower grounds, and a lot of teams will have a clear line of sight on them too if they peek out and decide to take fights. So DEW, they will need to play this one so well. They'll need to navigate their way around pretty cautiously.
Well, let's see, though, the Warriors now have been spotted out by Gangster from the side of VENOM Legends. He's just waiting patiently so as to not reveal his position. But now finally starts shooting. He's taking a lot of damage. Doc as well. He secures the first knock, but can he go for more? As Nirzad is starting to close the distance towards his teammate, but isn't going to be allowed to do so. Constantly being put under pressure by this last surviving player from the side of VENOM Legends. Top 4 teams remaining. The Warriors down to 2 players. Should be an easy revive on Doc. Skylightz Gaming to the rescue as they stop the players from T2K in their tracks. Sunday is taking a lot of damage. The vehicle is going to be blown up as well. VENOM Legends eliminated. We are in the top 3. Skylightz Gaming looking so good in this particular match. 12 eliminations already secured. They have the high ground. They have the numbers to close this game out. And, well, what they have as well are going to be the eliminations from the players of T2K.
Skylightz Gaming Mafia Ninja did fall down, but he should be back up on his feet. They do have the Ridge available. As I mentioned, if you're lucky enough, you'll be able to find yourself the Ridge, but the circle shifts in the favor of Skylightz Gaming. That means T2K, even they will need to try and move towards them. And Skylightz Gaming, now all the odds, all the favors are stacked against them. The stars are aligned, and it's their time to put on a stellar performance, and they already have done so far. Just to claim the throne, just to claim the victory inside the game. Skylightz Gaming, they will make the march happen against the players of T2K slowly and steadily. As they peek out, T2K will fall down, and Skylightz Gaming, being the cleanup crew of that lobby, just taking that chicken dinner in their hands with 17 eliminations and 32 points in total.
What a game, what a performance. Look at the damage numbers as well. 23, 33 damage dished out in total. Skylightz Gaming just making up for everything that they lost in the previous matchup. An impressive run in this particular game. What a finish. It takes them to the top 4 of the overall ranking. But now, how far can they go? If Skylightz Gaming managed to finish in the first position, I believe that is going to take them on the first overall in terms of the bonus point rankings as well. But they will have to be a little bit more consistent to do that in order to get there. But still, an impressive game. From the start of the match, the way they got into the zone was very impressive. They used those hills towards the extreme western side of the map and just moved along them. Went up north, took a very comfortable position, and from there on out, I think they were just completely left unbothered for at least 10-12 minutes, because of which they knew exactly which high ground they had to hold and how they wanted to play the situation out. But for now,
मैले अब भनौं न स्टार्ट गर्दाखेरि नै जो सब एउटा सपना बोकेर स्टार्ट गरेको थिए।
प्लेयर्सहरु जति एडभान्स भयो नि एउटा लिड गर्ने मान्छे हुनुपर्छ।
सानो गल्ती पनि गर्न एकदम मेजरै हो भन्दा नि
या डेफिनेटली अब युनिटी इज पावर।
अब टिम ह्यान्डलिङ भयो, अब एनालाइज गर्ने अनि त्यसपछि टिम कोअर्डिनेसन मिलाउने।
सबै मेरो प्लेयरहरु क्लोज रेन्जमा भन्दा पनि मिड रेन्जमा सबै पर्फेक्ट थियो। तर अब केटाहरु सुत्न एकदम मन पराउँछन्, एकदम 12-1 बजेसम्म गेम भन्दा अगाडिसम्म सुत्दिनै हैन। बेस्ट हो मेरो प्लेयर चाहिँ।
welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And ladies and gentlemen, 2 games done and dusted now. We have 2 Erangels and 1 map of Sanhok left. But the previous game was dominated by none other than Skylightz Gaming. An impressive comeback win. Considering the early stages, it did not look like we were going to see a lot of elimination numbers coming in from Skylightz Gaming in particular, because they were too far away from the action. But by the time the game came to an end, they had 17 eliminations, and this man was responsible for most of them, Mr. Boro, the MVP of the match.
7 elimination points, 3 knockouts, and 23-43 survival time just wrapped up by this man with the damage number of 682. Now, of course, at least 1 or 2 eliminations are probably stolen over here, but still, the cover fire from the team as well, and the support from the team, of course, for Mr. Boro was perfect, and that's why he was able to pop off right there. And in the final moments, too, that the circle really did shift on top of the players of Skylightz Gaming. It helped them out even more.
Well, let's see, though, how far is it going to take them, or in fact, how close to the rest of the competition, in fact, because as you mentioned, we do see them make their way towards the top 4, but the teams right above them are godlike stalwart. There's DRS, there's Gremlin Storm right above them as well. So it is going to be a challenge for them to try and take these teams, try and take these players down from their throne. But let's see what's going to happen. Player focus on our screens. Mr. Boro being followed by Assassin, who has 5 eliminations. Then we have Mafia Ninja and Nima, also from the side of Skylightz Gaming. 4 eliminations on both these lads as well. And then Sandesh from Train to Kill also makes the list with 3 eliminations but 526 damage.
I mean, Sandesh from the side of T2K. Now, let's be honest. Give some props to the players at T2K. They're trying their best to show themselves up in these fights, too, in these moments, too. Even in the previous Erangel game, you clearly saw the struggle from the side of T2K to show themselves up. But even inside this game, they are there. They are trying their best to come somewhere in the top 3, but sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't, and that's why T2K, they've been really struggling with the consistency no matter what. But Legend over here in the match summary, as you can see, with the highest assist, he's there. He's been able to put up the numbers. Then you have Assassin with the highest damage dealt, which is going to be 705, and Mr. Boro with the highest elimination points, 7. Now, again, Skylightz Gaming had 17 eliminations, and that's a big boost in the overall rankings for the players of Skylightz Gaming, considering they started the day off on the latter half of the board, Johnny.
Well, definitely, and as you mentioned, from the latter half of the board, the jump towards the top 4, it wasn't an easy one, but these lads, they're doing a brilliant job. Even in the game, as we talked about, the rotation was very precise, very well thought out, and with how they played the endgame scenarios, their target prioritization of the order in which they picked up the teams was also very impressive. Because Train to Kill, definitely with the numbers advantage, would have challenged them the most. The Warriors with just 3 players would have been much easier, and VENOM Legends, the last player surviving, was the easiest for them to finish. But again, 32 points secured from this particular game. T2K with 17. The Warriors, I think they're just going to keep on moving forward. 14 points to them. But with the next game, I think it is going to be quite interesting, because now Gremlin Storm is going to be returning back to the party as well. And that is where things get interesting. DE Warriors and Gremlin Storm, 2 teams that I don't think we thought are going to be the ones fighting for the first position in the rankings, but here we are.
I mean, here we are, right? And so far, the fight is going on pretty close, too. It's really tough to tell which team's going to be, able to topple each other anytime over. And even, I mean, the overall league standings, even they're getting spicy now. Because if you do take a look at the latter half of the board, and especially that bottom 4, it's getting closer and closer.
Yeah. It is getting closer and closer. The difference between the squads, it's not that much. And that is going to make the upcoming games more intense. Because, again, instead of having back-to-back Miramars, we are going to have back-to-back Erangels now, which I think are the preferred maps for almost every single team in the lobby. But for now, we do have the Oppo F21 Pro moments of the previous match.
And speak of the moments right here, I mean, Alex just single-handedly put an almost full stop to the entire fairy tale of high voltage that was going on inside the lobby. So that game is not going to be the game that they will be probably making the comeback happen. They will need to try and search for another game where they will need to play even better. But high voltage, one thing we're seeing, Johnny, for sure, is that high voltage is really going for those fights.
Well, I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see what their decisions are going to look like in the rest of the matches. And as you mentioned, this match, yeah, they were going for those fights. They did manage to get those elimination numbers for themselves, but getting a few extra placement points would have been quite beneficial as well. But looking at the damage graph, I guess there was just it was Skylightz Gaming and then everyone else inside of the lobby. 23-33 damage just out, 17 eliminations secured. The second highest is going to be on high voltage with the number being 9. But as I mentioned, high voltage also did get eliminated super early in the game. But moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, the next map, as you guys can see, it is going to be the map of Erangel, and Group C will be the one sitting the game out. So high voltage, MABETEX, DAX, and SEAL Esports won't be playing in the next particular game. But
Yeah.
we will have Group D joining the party again. So Dead Ice Guys, Godlike, Stalwart, Gremlin Storm, and Jianmara will be back in action.
And this is perfect for Group C as well, considering their performance today. They really do need this break to reset their mental inside the games too, because Johnny, High Voltage, not doing so great. MABETEX, not doing so great so far. Dax, not doing great either. And Seal, we know what the storyline's been since the start of the tournament. So I still feel like this break is really needed for them, and this is a well-deserved break too. But Johnny, it's time to make the prediction, my boy.
I think this time around, I'm not going to go YOLO now. I'm going to go with the Warriors for this game.
You thought, man. You thought. All right, you think that they're going to win, but let me tell you what, they're not going to win.
I mean, they have been very consistent in the last 2 matches. They won the first game, they finished in the top 3 in the previous one, so maybe there's another win incoming in the next one. I'm going to be hopeful.
Well, we'll be able to figure it out, but you know which team I think so is really going to win this one? DRS. Lock it in. Producer, you heard me saying DRS. I think so. This team really does need that first spot back in their hands, because it has been toppled over, right? We did see it being toppled over. So DRS really does need that first spot in their hands once again. So I don't know how they're going to be able to do it.
I'm really happy about the fact that we are seeing new teams take the first position in the weekly rankings and in the overall rankings again and again. We are seeing fresh names every single time. DRS is there. Gremlin Storm took it once. The Warriors have done it. And it is incredible because it did get a little one-sided with just Godlike Stalwart constantly finishing at the top, and I believe it was frustrating for the other teams competing as well. But now, since everyone has realized that, they are very, very talented players, but they are not unbeatable. You can definitely beat them. All you have to do is just be a little bit careful with how you approach the fights, and also just timing of the entire situation, because I think instead of going for a 4v4, it's always the third parties that do end up getting the players of Godlike Stalwart. They get so tunnel vision very quickly towards one team that they forget about checking everything else, and that is how they end up losing those players. And once you do lose a few key individuals on your team, which for Godlike Stalwart are Action and Top, then we see them struggle a little bit inside of the game.
I mean, speak of struggle, man. Some of the even some of the top teams have struggled, so we cannot really. I mean, you were speaking about Godlike Stalwart themselves, and if top teams are really struggling, it's quite understandable too that the bottom teams as well will crack under a lot of pressure. And right now, the pressure is all-time high. It's the final week, do-or-die moment. Last 2 days left, counting this one in, and already 2 games are done from those 2 days. So, man, the pressure is definitely amping up, and the heat is increasing too, and even I'm feeling the heat right now. But with that being said, our predictions are as well locked in and loaded, Johnny. So how confident you're feeling in your prediction?
I mean, not quite a lot, because usually when a situation like this is set, 2 games, very consistent performance. The third game is usually a bomb, so yeah.
Okay. I mean, I would say D Warriors is a solid team, so you should be feeling pretty confident no matter what, right? It's a solid team.
It's happened with the biggest names in the world. You do really well for 2 matches, and then the third game, it's always going to be a bomb. I don't know why, but that's how fate is. That's how the stars align. The third game is never going to work out for you. So it would have been beneficial if this was a break for the Warriors, but hey, they are playing from Group A. That means they get to play 4 games in a row, and if they play their cards right, then they can have a massive lead by the end of the day.
Speak of having a massive lead, and right now, none of the teams have a massive lead so far. So things are way too close, way too sensitive in the overall rankings, and even one single solid game can change the entire course. Skylightz Gaming, 2 good games, and now they've already found themselves somewhere on the first half of the board. Don't exactly know their standings, don't remember it, but now we are really still waiting for teams like 1952 to step it up, teams like A1 NB to step it up. I mean, in the first game, Evan NB were sort of trying to step things up, but unfortunately, the circle shifted away from them, and they were not really able to move around and play that well, and the circle just favored right on top of the players of DEW. With that being said, match 18's on the way, as we have the plane fly pad starting all the way from up north, from the side of Georgia Pool Apartments, and then ending all the way towards the Sosnovka military base, Johnny.
Well, let's see, though, I mean, where the circle is going to go, but this flight path does make things a little bit easier for WIZZES Club are at C. Teams like Raw as well are going to be in an advantageous position because of this. They will have an easier time just dropping to their preferred drop spot, which usually is going to be quite far away from every single trajectory that we've seen in this game so far. Skylightz Gaming, I wonder what they're going to be up to, as it is going to be a game where Yasnaya is abandoned, so they can take free control of that city for themselves, but hopefully they don't get spoiled out in the middle of their drop and get taken out early. No one goes for a hunt.
I mean, speak of hunt though, Johnny, right now, I don't know if we're going to be seeing any sort of early collisions or not, because I'd see they will have a clean drop spot for themselves. Even Raw, they will be around Godcut. TRZ is on their way. I do hear some gunshots around. Don't exactly know where the gunshots are coming from, but the circle as well is tilted down south, just like the first one, but the first circle was a little bit more tilted to the southern side.
Well, yeah, it's kind of a mirror of what the previous zone was. The very first Erangel of the day. Let's see. Zones like this do end up resulting in a lot of aggressive action super early in the game. We did see, as you said, you heard those gunshots and it looked like Memo was the one who felled them, as his HP is going to be extremely low, but his teammate does show up to save him. Saving Private Memo.
And he is safe right now. That's all that matters. Memo is safe so far. And he's on a run too, so. And they've also found a second car, so Memo will be okay. What do you think, so? Is this circle going to shift down south once again? Are we going to see another military circle, or are we going to see the circle on the main island?
Oh, I think this is going to move up north.
I think so. It's going to move down south once again.
All right.
Look at Elementrix, already on the way down south. Look at Raw, already on the way down south themselves too. So a couple of teams have already started to adjust around it. Even Godlike Stalwart, they're playing around the bridge. Every single team.
Godlike Stalwart are always playing around the bridge.
Yeah, but they usually play around No Repnoi. I mean, they are in No Repnoi when they really do want to wrap up loot. But once they have the suspicion, or once they know that the circle is going to shift down south, they instantly start capitalizing and they start playing around the bridge.
I want to see, though, now that the other teams have adjusted to Godlike Stalwart just being the wall of death, as you like to say, on the No Repnoi bridge, they've started to avoid them as well. They've figured out a way of completely avoiding Godlike Stalwart in that spot. And I think that can be frustrating for the players of Godlike Stalwart, since it does force them to be a little bit more aggressive during the mid-game stages, which is when they just like take a step back, let the other teams fight it all out. Oh, quite a lot of teams have committed to the Military Island. Warriors, DRS, Elementrix, Raw, 1952 crossing the river, going for a swim along with the players of Gremlin Storm. VENOM Legends, though, still on that Milta position, along with the players of Jan Mara, present towards Lipovka. I think there's going to be one mid-rotation fight. It all depends on what the timing of the two squads are going to be, because DE and TRZ are extremely close to each other. So if both of them decide to rotate at the same time, or even if DE just moves down south even a little bit, maybe there's going to be some action over there.
And speak of them moving down south, yeah, right now the Military Island is completely stacked, Johnny. Every single team speculates that the circle is going to shift down south. And as you said, the circle is going to shift up north. I mean, yeah, it is really covering. It's 50-50 at this point. And you never know. Circle has played some cruel and evil games once in the past. And if it does happen once again, this will be an interesting one for sure. If it does go up north, especially teams like DRS, they will be screwed big time. But DE Warriors, Johnny, that must sting you, huh?
Well, it does a little bit, but it's gonna be okay. Just the first blood. The first man
Positivity.
to fall down is going to be from the Wars. See, I told you, I saw it coming that the third game is always going to be a bomb. It's never
Yeah, sure, buddy.
the other way around.
Sure, man. Now that the team is getting picked off, you're like, yeah, I told you.
No, I literally told you. Are you not listening to what I say?
I did hear, but now that the team is getting picked apart, you're just bringing it
No,
up
I
again.
said it
Come on,
before
man.
the game began as well.
What if you
Yeah.
have cursed him? Because you picked him.
I
You
don't
didn't
care.
pick him last 2 times.
I actually don't care. Because I said it before the game began.
Holy, that's just Giga Chad moment.
Yeah. Be an alpha, man.
No, be a Giga Chad. Alpha male is a level ahead. I mean, a level down of Giga Chad.
Really? Is
Yeah.
that how the hierarchy is? I have
Yeah,
no
man.
idea.
That's just the problem with you, man. You're too boomer.
Yeah.
You're too old. You don't know exactly. I mean,
Hurt
how
my
the-
hands playing the other day.
Yeah, it's. You couldn't flick properly or what?
Just holding the phone for more than an hour's make my hands hurt.
My hands just start sleeping, man. If I just play for continuous hours.
Yeah. Take break, guys. It's important to stretch between your matches.
Yeah, it's important to go to gym between your match.
How are you going to sneak in a workout between the 5-minute break that you have?
Do a
Yeah, but
quick,
do some push-ups. Yeah, I think you can do a couple of push-ups in 5 minutes. Yeah.
or maybe you can have this sort of a challenge. If you lose a game, you do 10 push-ups. That's cool.
Oh, I do that. I think I'm just gonna get swole, extremely swole.
Yeah, I'll have 6-pack if I start doing that. But so far, nothing happening. Yeah, it's pretty much a sleeper moment right now. All the teams just chilling around, scouting around the areas. The regular stuff, nothing out the box. But what I'm really waiting for is the circle to take a curveball shift. Please just give us that shift where it just shifts away from all the teams and does something completely out of the box. Because if that does happen, all the teams that are in the military island, they will be screwed big time. DRS, oh, DW is being spotted out. Doc could be in the casualty, but he managed to sneak away at the nick of second. DRS, East position compromised as well. They cannot now play pretty aggressively. Delta is in the front. He's pretty close, and there might be a nade coming soon, but nice peek from Delta, and the cover fires as well, something that's helping him. But the players of DEW, they're starting to wrap up from the back lines. Delta, unfortunately, moved out of a moving vehicle, or dropped out of a moving vehicle. That's why his vehicle now is in the open. It's not in the cover, so he cannot even go for the vehicle once again. And DEW, they're getting picked apart, Johnny. It's next to impossible to save Doc.
Well, yeah, as you mentioned, it is going to be quite next to impossible to save Doc over there. DRS Gaming quite happy with the picks that they've gotten. The Warriors just struggling to secure this game. All the early aggression that's fallen upon them, they aren't able to handle this. And I think one of the reasons for that is going to be the fact that this time around they did abandon the military base quite early on. And now they're going to be forced to just play outside the zone. Oh boy, the second shift of the zone, ladies and gentlemen, is still split evenly on the military island and the main island. And I think the gamble that a lot of teams have taken of jumping towards the military base so early in the game, it is going to backfire at any moment. Let's see. We do have the first airdrop in the middle of nowhere. In fact, it's not in the middle of nowhere. It's between the main island and the military island, right?
Yeah.
Right.
But no one's gonna go for it.
Of farm. Yeah, no one's gonna go for it. It's
too
basically
risky.
a death sentence. Yeah.
Yeah, it's too risky. But if I was in the lobby, I would go for it. What about you?
Yeah, then I guess we would have to do some more push-ups.
Yeah. That's what we're not pros. 1952 with only a 2-man squad. We were having a conversation before this game even started that We wanted to see this team step it up, but they have stepped up in the wrong way. Oh.
Yeah. Now this is what we want to see, right? This is what we love to see. Vishal from Elementrix using the glider, ladies and gentlemen. Quite exposed, but does not care because, as we mentioned, switching, or in fact rotating to the military base early, all of a sudden backfiring on all of these teams. So they're going to have to get to the main island as soon as possible. Otherwise, there's going to be a lot of weapons waiting for them on the other side, and they're going to be getting shot in the face. Nowhere left to go. A1NB, though, look at this. The advantage of playing slow, rotating late. Now they have a lot of concrete cover available, and they have a lot of control over the southern shoreline. I don't think there's anyone there to contest them. They have T2K towards their east. DE are split. And IHC, I think, are just going to stop DE on their tracks as well. TRZ are closing in from the west. But all of these teams are going to be quite exposed out in the open. So they want NB in a perfect position to secure a lot of points for themselves.
A1NB right now just on the edge. The circle is definitely shifted up north, and this is why the majority of the teams have already started to rotate out. They've realized that the next circle is probably going to be shifting up north too, so staying inside the military island is not going to be a good idea anymore. A lot of teams did rotate down south, and one of those is DRS, and currently DRS I feel like has to be one of the most screwed up teams with that circle shift. The airdrop's on the way too, and it's going to drop right in between of 3 teams. That's going to be another risky one to go for. DW, as we did see them getting dismantled or dropped down to a 2-man squad. 1952, a similar type of storyline for them. Elementrix is already on the other side with a really safer and a smarter rotation, but the next circle, it shifts in between once again. One of the most weirdest circles we've witnessed so far. Teams are just being sent up and down all the time. They don't exactly know where to go, either to go inside military island or either to stay in the main island.
I think even the circle is confused where it wants to go. Undecided until now, but let's see. Not a lot of land for the players to work with. There's a massive water body separating the 2 positions of the circle, the one on the main island and the one on the military island. Massive cluster of teams on either direction, on either sides. But the circle will definitely pick a side with the next shift. In the meanwhile, though, we're going to witness a lot of action, ladies and gentlemen. This game is getting more and more interesting by every single second. Let's see. VENOM Legends under heavy fire from AJ from Skylightz Gaming, who in fact is taking a lot of damage from the blue zone right now, and he has to be extremely careful. These teams are trying to rotate from the Nova Repnoi bridge, but it won't be easy. There's godlike Stalwart waiting for them on the other side, and Skylightz Gaming and VENOM Legends, if they end up clashing against each other over here, then the situation for godlike Stalwart is going to be so easy for them to deal with this.
Speak of situations being easy to deal with, right now Skylightz Gaming, they're just still out in the blue. As you mentioned, the situation will keep on getting trickier as the time is being passed by. Godlike Stalwart on the other side of the bridge, even they themselves need to make it in. The majority of the circle actually is covered on the military island, so there's a big chance it might just take another shift down south, or maybe just shift right in the center once again. But Skylightz Gaming, they catch a rotation from the side of VENOM Legends, and they're not going to let them escape just like that. VENOM Legends, they find themselves in a little bit of deadlock, and to break free, this has to be a really tough job. Both these teams will end up wasting a lot of time, and maybe potentially this game too.
Well, let's see. As you mentioned, they are wasting their time over here. But they also don't have a way out of this without fighting each other. Look at that, AJ taking a nasty hit. Susan, the spray connecting quite nicely. The players from the side of Skylightz Gaming are going to be extremely low after this. But VENOM Legends, they have to be extremely careful as well, since the blue zone is going to start moving in about 20 seconds. And as soon as it closes, there's going to be a massive hit on those HP bars of theirs. Running low on first aids as well at the same time. No utility. A few of these individuals that they have committed almost everything to take on each other in this Nova Repnoi bridge. Now the zone is moving away from them at the same time.
And right now, Raw 2 is on a move. Just waiting for the next circle shift, and yes, it does shift down south. Another hard shift on the southern side, and now all the teams, they are going to be completely screwed that are all the way on the main island, including T2K, including Deadeye Guys and A+B Esports. Now the panic mode's going to start to click in as Godlike Stalwart, one player just drowned in the water. And Top is still alive, though, is in the back. Pico is drowning. As we have Raw in the front, just taking a lot of shots against the players of WIZZES Club. As Kuwait YT is being dropped down. But Raw wants to go for the elimination point, too. The position that the players of Raw have, it is quite a strong position, but later on, this circle is going to move away from the players of Raw, then that position will not be that great for them.
Well, let's see. With how the zones have been moving around in this particular game, I don't think it's going to be easy to predict which position is going to be good, which position is going to be bad after a few short bidders. But look at this, Octopus out in the open, quite exposed, running away. Liquid fails to trace the spray over there. Missing out on a point that could have been easily secured. Raw still looking quite strong, playing from this western edge of the zone. Now I think they're going to start to worry about where their next position or where their next rotation is going to take them. Smokey, in the meanwhile, is making sure he checks the river again and again. On the other side, though, 1952, they are going to be eliminated from this match. And joining them are going to be the players of IHC. Two teams back-to-back, forced to take an exit. Down to 13 teams, 42 players still alive.
And right now, it's the Fishermen's just trying to fish away the players in the front. They want to claim those elimination points. A1NB, all they want is a little footing on the other island, and Gajor is the closest to it. But is Gajor going to let that happen? Does Gajor actually want to go towards that spot or not? And soon they're going to start suffocating to the death. Raw, they're really playing this one quite aggressive, but they also need to take a look at their back lines. Hopefully they're not completely tunnel visioned, and no is going to be the answer. They have some players in the back who are still trying to scout the nearby surroundings, making sure there's no one really just trying to take a line of sight on them. Deadeye's guys, yeah, eventually even they themselves are going to get dropped down. The teams inside the water lines are definitely screwed big time. There's no way to get it, dude. There's no way to escape death at that point in time. A1NB, they're trying to sneak away. They're trying to just keep their head stuck down, but for how long? Soon they're going to start to suffocate, and that's what the players of T2K are taking advantage of. But Raw are just dealing these elimination points away.
Boy, as you mentioned, Raw trying the level best to secure as many eliminations as possible. Let's see what the final number is going to be. It's like hunting fish in a battle for them. Although it's a pretty massive battle. Oh, one more right in front. Smokey missing out on the opportunity. Oh, he gets it, actually. The point for True Love. Now 5 eliminations in total for the players from Raw. 3 on Smokey himself. Just making sure he applies all the pressure he can on every single individual that is trying to survive in this river. VENOM Legends getting eliminated on the 13th position. Joining them are going to be the players from the Warriors. 11 teams remain, 33 players still alive.
The next circle shift down south even once more. Fights are definitely happening all across the board. Still, the players of Deadeye's guys and A1NB are inside the water lines. T2K on the edge. Raw, they found themselves in a better spot, but the teams that are currently inside the circle, they will probably try to be the Guardian Angels, GSM, WIZZES Club, Skylightz Gaming 2, but Nima is way too separated away from the pack. And Raw still on the same spot. But how are they going to make it in? Elementrix will probably try to hold him off at bay. Bishal is really close to the players of Raw. And T2K, they still want to go for the players who are inside the water lines. But Giant Mara, they just want to keep on applying the pressure on T2K. Godlike Stalwart looking to make an entry inside the circle. They somehow have managed to stay alive with 3 players. Even though Pika went down inside waterlines, he's still somehow up and alive, but finally Pika goes down. Not a good news for the players of Godlike Stalwart to be with, and the position too is quite risky. DRS with a nice 2-2 split, they're looking pretty good.
They are looking quite strong right now. Let's see though, where are they going to finish right now? DRS, as you mentioned, one of the only teams who have a comfortable position on the inside of the zone. The only thing that can ruin their game are going to be the players of Godlike Stalwart right behind them, closing in from the rear. On the other side though, A1 and B taking an exit on the 9th position. Raw not really looking too good as Mr. Smokey has been knocked out. Liquid and Slipknot still remain, and Elementrix is about to come their way. Orange is going to be the man leading the charge. He's going to be the first one initiating this assault. Oh, they head to the other direction. They are now focusing on the players of Skylightz Gaming.
The zone has definitely played quite a lot of tricky games here, and even Raw themselves, they've somehow managed to find a little footing inside the circle. M16A4 just tapping away against T2K, and eventually he's going to fall prey to it. Sandesh out the game. Fights are definitely happening. You do hear a lot of gunshots around as well. And Godlike Stalwart too, they're getting picked off from a lot of different angles.
Under a lot of pressure, this team. They've managed to survive for so long. They're doing a brilliant job inside this particular match. Let's see, Gremlin Storm as well. All 4 players still alive. 6 eliminations secured by the players of GSM. And let's not forget, these days, especially since yesterday, Gremlin Storm, they have found new signs of life. And they're looking very amazing. Quite consistent with how they've been performing game after game as well. Action. How many nades does he have? Well,
still has 3 more.
Remain. Yeah.
Oh my boy. This man is literally an arsenal. But right now, as we have Elementrix pressures just all by himself, and he's being pressured, that's for sure. The smoke is kind of far away, so he cannot even try to just dissipate inside the smoke. It's going to be so impossible for that man to get away from that position. And yeah, Precious falls down. Elementrix, they will need to watch their own teammate just bleed out to his death. And even the position that the players of Elementrix are in, it's not some of the best you can ask for. Outside the circle is one of the players from the side of Godlike Stalwart, and it's Action. If Action decides to reveal his position right now, that might just be it. But Raw, they keep on catching a lot of fire, and this time on the left lines, it's going to be WIZZES Club, who are pinning them down with a lot of pressure.
Let's see, the WIZZES Club. Oh, Domain is going to get shot in the back. And it's going to be Smokey finding the opening. Goes for the finish as well. WIZZES Club, 2 players left, Octopus and Slayer. And with Raw having the high ground advantage, it's going to be very difficult to deal with them. But now, as I say that, Slipknot is going to be knocked out. Smokey instantly going for a revive before he does anything else. Just making sure that his team will be there. The numbers are going to be there in the favor of Raw. Liquid going for kind of a weird directional push, a little bit further away from his teammates, making sure he gets the information of the teams ahead. As Gremlin Storm, their numbers are dwindled down. Fear is going to be the last man left standing for his team. And DRS, they are going for a very aggressive push on this individual.
And DRS, the team in the front's getting taken alive. They're just getting eaten alive right now. Devoured. GSM couldn't stand a chance, and it's just one last man alive, and that nail will be put in the coffin soon. And Elementrix too, Yitouta was just prone out in the open, easily confirmed too. DRS right now, they're just dominating the entire final circle, and they're definitely looking quite unstoppable. Skylightz Gaming could have been the biggest thorn, but even now Skylightz Gaming are getting picked off. Liquid is there from the side of Raw, but those are going to be the solo man survivor, which are not going to be able to pull off a lot. And look at him, just drives all by himself, just giving away the position, also collecting a lot of vital information, and rules being spotted, playing a little separated out, but the vehicle gets blown up, so even the man from Skylightz Gaming gets dropped down. It's all down to the one last man alive of Skylightz. Or no, of Elementrix, who is just pinned behind the rock. His position's compromised. In a deadlock, that man is. And it's going to be next to impossible. Pretty much impossible to break it out from that.
Yeah, and DRS finishing the game with 13 eliminations. What an impressive run in this particular match. The early switch up towards the military island working out quite nicely for this team while it backfired on the rest of them. Orange, the last man surviving, he's going to be thrown out on the floor. Shots from Killer Whitey do connect, but the finish goes to his teammate. And DRS are going to be the winners of match number 3 of the day. An impressive performance coming in.
Yeah, Johnny, and my prediction too.
Yeah.
An impressive prediction from me, huh? But jokes aside, DRS has also gotten their second spot back in the overall league standings. So, as I mentioned, the overall league standings are getting really close, not just in the top 3, but even from the 12th to 16th spot. It's getting way too close, and anything can happen over there too. But I want to see the teams that are in the bottom 4, at least one team, make a comeback inside the top 16. I want to see it get really close.
I mean, it is going to get close. That's the thing. I think it is going to get even closer now, since we did see a lot of the other lads also take a tumble. Gremlin Storm did really well, so I believe they're still going to be holding on to their position on the first position. So it will be interesting what the rankings are going to look like after this game. And along with that, I think in the next game as well, we will have Sealy Sport returning, Dax, MABETEX, High Voltage. They're going to be back a part of the action. That will change everything because a few of the leaders are going to be sitting out. Namely, Skylightz Gaming is not going to be there. They have gone for an incredible push with their win as well. But for now, we'll take a very short break. You just stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia fall season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro once again. 3 games done and dusted. This Erangel was very interesting because it seemed like no one knew where the zone was going to go. Either it was going to shift up north to the main island or it was going to stick to the military island. In the end, it did finish off in the military island with DRS getting an amazing win for themselves, but still the MVP of the match goes to Mr. Smokey from Raw Official.
Yeah, 6 elimination points and 6 knockouts with the survival time of 22.54 and damage number of 99.8. Of course, 998. And then you have healing done. It's going to be 17.7. Now, again, he has been able to put up a lot of numbers right there, but unfortunately, Raw, with the way they try to make their entry inside the circle, they just had to deal with a lot of teams. Even on the left were the players of WIZZES Club, and on the right were the players of Elementrix, who were putting them in a constant pressure.
Yeah, and I mean, again, Raw, they did so well for themselves up until the zone was in complete control of the players of DRS. And as I said earlier during the match, there was just one team who could have stopped DRS. That was godlike Stalwart, but since they got distracted, they got taken out early. Now, DRS had a clear pathway laid out for them to walk towards victory. But moving forward, looking at the player focus list now, 6 eliminations on Mr. Smokey. Well, 6 is the number. Delta X is going to match as well. He has 6 eliminations with 692 damage dished out. Following him on third, it's going to be another player from the side of Raw Official, Slipknot. Again, we did see the stats, this man's stats in the earlier during the day as well. He was being compared to Gyante from the side of DRS. And it was quite a close comparison between the two teams as well.
I mean, speak of being a close comparison right now, DRS, of course, as we were mentioning, I do want to find out, I mean, their position was compromised in the overall this week's standings, right? So with that win, of course, they must have got the first spot back. So that is going to be quite interesting, but I want to see how much cushion they have gotten for themselves, because in the upcoming games, if DRS is not able to perform, that cushion can just vanish within a matter of seconds.
Well, let's see. As you mentioned, yeah, if the safety cushion vanishes, then I think the team is going to be feeling a lot of pressure because especially this late inside of the week, you will hardly have an opportunity to nullify what has happened, nullify the mistakes that you have made. Then tomorrow, the last day of the week, when the Levick game is also supposed to happen, it will be very difficult to make a comeback. But looking at the match summary right now, highest healing done. For the first time, I guess we see action in this particular section. Usually it is him and his teammates in the highest knocks and highest elimination secured section. But moving forward, the match rankings over here. 29 points going to DRS Gaming. Raw official on the second with 22 points going to them. Elementrix finishing third. In fact, second in the game, third because the elimination numbers are just not there. They're going to be walking away with 15 total points. Gremlin Storm, again, consistency is being put on display now. Top 4, yet again, 12 points from this match.
Yeah, impressive, definitely, man. Gremlin Storm, they're looking like one of the most consistent teams inside the lobby. They're looking like high voltage inside the first week. Or inside the second week, I would like to say. They're literally looking like high voltage, because this is the type of consistency numbers that we saw from the side of high voltage. No matter how the game went, you always saw high voltage somewhere in that top 5.
Well, now how far can they take this? That is the question that I think even they're going to be hoping to find an answer to. Also, along with that, how is this going to affect their overall ranking? Because in this particular game, majority of the competition that was chasing them did go for an early exit. Look at that. Godlike Stalwart, just 6 points. DE Warriors scored barely 1 point in this particular match. So, Gremlin Storm, it feels like they're going to be in a much easier situation as far as the overall rankings are considered. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see what the situation is going to be like.
I mean, again, as you mentioned, the overall ranking should be popping up in front of us within soon, maybe. So we'll be able to see how the overall storyboard is shaping up. Right now, we have the Oppo F21 Pro moments, and if you do take a look at the highlights, this circle has been one of the meanest so far.
I think it was mean to the players, but hey, we enjoyed the game because of that even more, right? It was so interesting to see how the teams were going to react back and forth. You remember Elementrix, they came to the military island, then they went back to the main island, and then they were forced to re-enter when the circle just fully committed to the military island. So those sort of moments just made the game a lot more entertaining to witness. And despite all of this, Elementrix finished in the top 3 in this match. Now that is an impressive run as well.
Speak about impressive runs. Here we have the overall rankings in front of us. And yes, DRS have got the lead back, but they don't have a big cushion to work with here. Only 10 points, if my math is correct, yeah.
Well, no. I mean, it's more than 10 points.
How much?
Did you say 10 or did you say 12?
No, I said 10. It's 11, right?
No, it's 12 points.
Oh, okay. See?
That's why I was like, I thought I misheard you. I thought you said 12, I heard 10. I was like, what? Yeah, but the difference is 12 points between the first and the second. And as you said, it is not a lot. Also, considering still matches left, DRS is going to be playing the entire day as well. I think they really have a wonderful opportunity laid out right in front of them to just dominate this last week of the league stages. And if they do so, then going into the grand finals as one of the top contenders, it's going to be the good old days of the real soldiers. And I think the fans are just waiting for that moment.
Speak about the good old days right now. Deadeye's guys, they're definitely struggling. They're not able to see those good old days. You speak about the good old days too. MABETEX Esports in 1952, they're not able to replicate what they did in the good old days, Johnny.
Oh, well, I mean, the struggle is going to be there. But as you've been mentioning about these teams, I think they're just more focused and more relying on the fact that once they make it to the finals is where they will take care of business. But yeah, it's not going to be as easy as we make it sound. It's going to be quite tough, in fact. The other teams are just going to get better in the finals. Everyone's going to try hard even more. The kind of action that we get to witness early in these Erangel matches and early sometimes in those maps of Sanhok, that's not even going to be there. It's going to be nowhere near that. Teams are just going to stay hidden. They're going to be so passive. They're just going to hide and play for points the entire time. That's how the finals are going to go. And I think that is something that teams need to have in the back of their heads as well, that the finals are just going to be 10 times tougher than what the league stages are right now. But Necro, for now, the matter at hand is we have the next match happening on Erangel again. Group B is not going to be playing, so Skylightz Gaming, Raw, A1NB, 1952 are going to be out. Group C is back, and along with that, what's your prediction now?
Look at that number, Johnny, before. You know,
It's
right
literally
here,
just
right
one more.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Still, I'm back on top, baby. It feels good to be back on top, ladies and gentlemen. And now, speaking about the prediction inside this game.
Yeah.
Tough call. Really do need a little time to think here. You can make your prediction, John, if you want. I need a little time.
Yeah, because we know what you're going to go for. Either you're going to go for Godlike Stalwart, D, Warrior, or you're going to go with IHC, DRS, one of the top 5 teams.
You thought I would.
You
That's
have
the
a
funny
massive
part.
ego that you like to stoke.
No, man. But you wanna go with something or no?
I'm going YOLO. That's how this day is going to go for me, so I'll just go with VENOM Legends.
Oh, interesting. You know what I'm gonna go with? I'm gonna go with Dax.
Nice.
Lock it in.
Dax,
Let's
Dax,
go
I
with
think.
Dax.
I really want Dax to win, actually.
Yeah, because we saw in the previous week, if I'm not wrong, in week
Yeah.
2, we did see them win one game. So maybe that one game is right now. And if it is going to be true, then that'll
So,
be really interesting.
My entire perspective about Dax is they just lack experience. That's it. They need a little bit more time in lobbies like these, and I think Dax is definitely going to be better because we have seen them improve from week 1 to the last week of the tournament. And I think a couple of more runs in a PMPL-like situation, and I think Dax is definitely going to show up at the same level as Deadeyes guys, DRS, Skylightz Gaming. They have what it takes. These lads have been very... they have been playing very well. We do see those individual moments of brilliance from their side as well, and that's that. They are a pretty good team themselves. So, yeah, even if Dax wins, I'm going to be a happy man. But those are our predictions for the game. What are your predictions going to be? Do let us know in the chat. Type vote space, the tag of the team that you're going to be rooting for. And with that being said, once again, a reminder that Group B is sitting this game out. Group C is back. This is the second last game of the day. Again, the map is Erangel. The last game today, in which Group A will not be playing, is going to be played on Sanhok. And it is going to be interesting to see what the situation is going to be before we get there. Luckily for us, the team sitting at the top of the leaderboard is going to be playing all of these matches. So DRS, again, as we were discussing, they have a wonderful opportunity of just stretching that difference, stretching that lead to whatever they can. If they win this particular game as well, I think it is going to be quite interesting to see what tomorrow is going to bring to the table, because then the Warriors, they are going to be done with their matches, so they will have to wait for tomorrow to catch up. God, like Stalwart might catch up today itself, but even they won't be able to cover up the difference entirely if DRS win this game, that is 2 games in a row. But the chances of that happening are pretty slim.
I mean, again, bonus game, top 12 teams will be able to play the bonus game. So I would say as long as you're inside the top 12, you are pretty okay. And again, at the end of the day, what's going to matter is your standing inside the overall weekly leaderboards, of course. And taking a look at that, that's how you'll be earning those bonus points, of course. If your weekly standings aren't going to be good, if you're on the first spot, you'll be getting 20, and it's going to keep on descending downwards from that one. So if you are in a decent spot in the overall weekly standings, you'll be getting a decent amount of bonus points probably. With that being said, as we do have the planned flat path in front of us, starting all the way from Lipovka towards Georgia Pool, Johnny.
Well, let's see how this is going to go. The flight path leaning towards the northern part of the map. VENOM Legends, they're going to be a happy bunch about this, along with the players of Janmara, DRS. Godlike Stalwart are going to have to figure out how they want to move towards the position of Nova Repnoid. The Warriors are going to be in a bit of trouble as well, because they will have to figure out a way to head towards the military island now. But in a situation like these, I think drop clashes are going to be there, not necessarily resulting in those early fights or early casualties. We might see a little bit of interaction here and there, but usually the players are just going to go for those vehicles and try and run away as fast as possible.
I mean, speak of trying to run away as fast as possible right now, teams are definitely going to be in a little bit of problems, especially a team like DEW, who need to try and readjust on the fly, and that's what they've done so far. They've dropped near shelter. They like to go all the way down south, even Godlike Stalwart, they're dropping somewhere near Milta. They're probably going to try to find the vehicles and then maybe go towards their designated drop spot. But there's a little collision happening here between Godlike Stalwart and DEW, and Sneaks has found himself a little PP Bison who's taking shots against the players, a godlike stalwart, but he's not able to find the connections.
Well, so lucky over there, just barely managed to get away. Otherwise, there was no backup available. And now, you know what the fun part is, Necro, that both these teams are headed towards the same direction. Both of them, it looks like, are just going to straight up charge towards the Nova Repnor Bridge. And look at this, 2 buggies side by side. Well, 1 buggy over there in the hands of the players of the Warriors. I wonder who's going to get there first. Oh, this is a race, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Erangel Grand Prix.
Oh.
They just turn around,
Yeah.
realizing they're late.
Yeah, no, it's not worth it. They might get camped on the bridge.
Oh, they will definitely get camped on the bridge.
Yeah. I would still say it's good that the fact that they realized that going for that rotation is not worth it anymore, or they did not let their ego flow between that fight. Just settling down for what they have right now. But Pika is still in the back, and he's giving away a lot of information. Pika and one more player around him. Do see it in the minimap. And the players of DEW are on a move, so the information is definitely being gathered and given away. So DEW, now they will need to try and adjust with some little compounds around.
Well, let's see. As you mentioned, they're going to have to adjust. They're going to have to adapt. The thing is, not the entirety of Godlike Stalwart has crossed over. Few individuals have stayed on the main island, and I think this is going to be a brilliant play from the side of Godlike Stalwart. They go for a split early on, keep a little bit of control of the Nova Repnoi Bridge to themselves, maintain it till the other lads are in a position to regroup. Look at Hershey. Has someone watching him perform. That's extra pressure, man. That's added pressure. Someone just literally staring in your screen and watching what you're doing.
The way he was looking into his screen too, man. It's like, damn, bro, let me see how you're playing. Damn. He's like, show me what you got, man. It's funny. I didn't notice until you said that, and I was like, okay, wait, what's exactly going on here?
I was wondering why there are 2 faces
The
all
funny
of a
part is, the guy who's looking in the screen looks more focused than Hershey.
Yeah,
himself.
true. At a certain point, Hershey was looking at him rather than looking at his phone. Yeah.
It's funny. It's funny. But yeah, definitely, as you said, that's going to be extra bit of pressure. But if he's looking to impress his friend right next to him, then that's going to be something that'll improve his confidence even more.
You know what? I would choke in a situation like that.
Dude,
if I was
I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't know. If there's someone watching me, I feel this sort of a confidence. I feel this sort of like my ego just bursting through, and I'm like, no, now I need to put on an highlight play no matter what. It's not a pressure. It's a motivation for me.
See, but going for those highlight moments is when you make mistakes, right?
Probably, yeah. Probably. But you know, it's like whenever someone says to me, I can't do this, that just gives me even more motivation to try and go for it.
Yeah.
I don't know why. Just I've always been the opposite. Like, especially when people started saying that, oh, I cannot go to gym, I cannot lose weight. I took it way too serious and I got some insane motivation.
Nice. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Yes, it's just running with a nade over there towards the broken wall. Memo's going to drop in. Not enough time to go for both the lads. And MABETEX, they run into a meat grinder called Gremlin Storm. Oh boy, 3 players. How long was that? It was 10 seconds, 3 players out. Ooh. Destruction. A thrashing being handed to MABETEX.
Not a start they really do want high in these type of moments. But Gremlin Storm, at least they're able to take over this position for now. All the 4 players around in that vicinity. That position is definitely going to be quite interesting in the upcoming moments too, because it is sort of in the off centers. You never know where the next circle is going to be shifting towards, because it's still the first phase of the zone. The wall of death is starting to move in. The blue circle is starting to move in from the back too. Even TRZ, who are all the way still in Primorix, they will be flushed out of that spot soon enough.
Well, let's see. Last player from the side of Elementrix remaining. Orange has 1 elimination point secured for his team already. But luckily does manage to survive, so Elementrix won't be going out with no placement points from this particular match. And I'm just focused in on the mini-map that we have in front of us. Me and Necro, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Necro, what is TRZ up to? They're still on Primorsk.
They're
in a
AFK.
situation where might as well be. I think they have a pretty clear rotation pathway, and I think they also realize that. But
they're literally AFK.
oh boy. Oh no, they're moving. They finally started to move.
F's in the chat for them. But no, they're starting to move in now. It's just maybe they're going for a late rotation, and
Yeah.
you know, Johnny, I'm not a big fan of late rotation at all. I don't love late rotations inside the circle. Again, I would say sometimes late rotation can work out. There is they have late rotations have their own time too to try and execute, but I personally feel like right now is not the time to go for a late rotation. But this just shows the lack of confidence your team has.
I think it sort of depends on what you're trying to accomplish. You always go in early if you want to be the ones just waiting for the opposition, be in a position to always be fighting. You move in early. You try and take control of some key positions inside of the zone where you know teams are going to show up looking for cover. If you want to play literally a hardcore game of survival, that is when you do what TRZ is doing right now, playing super late. And it's not just them. One of the most aggressive teams in the lobby have decided to play extremely late as well. I'm talking about the Warriors. Still on the military base. They haven't even moved towards the military bridge right now.
Yeah, I don't know what the game plan's going on with the teams. But one thing we know is that because of the play and fly path, these teams didn't really have a lot of time to loot, right? So that's why they probably took a lot of time in general to loot around. And it's understandable because the play and fly path was completely up north. Even TRZ probably didn't really rotate inside Primorsk pretty late. So that's why they were still going for a late rotation. And even Godlike Stalwart are gonna be pretty late inside the circle. But look, the problem is the next circle is already stacked up with a lot of teams. I don't see any sort of wiggle room. There's really little space for the teams that are coming in from the back lines, and soon we're about to see a hell break loose.
Let's see. I think at least for the next few moments, this game is going to be at a standstill. Almost all of the teams have moved into positions, into cover spots that they wanted for themselves. We have 3 teams, all right, 5 teams that are moving in yet. TRZ are almost at the edge of the circle. High voltage, close to school, not too far away from the zone. WIZZES Club moving in from the Stalber Hills. No one's going to be bothering them, at least. Then there's Godlike Stalwart just crossing the edge of the zone. The Warriors are the furthest ones away from the zone as well. I think one of the clashes, one of the fights that I'm expecting is going to be between the players of TRZ and the Warriors. It is going to be a 3v4 situation, though. Oh, look at Dax out in the open.
Yeah. They have a little ball to play around with. A little dip. But Orange from the side of Elementrix is in the back. If he does have a clear line of sight, this can be a little problematic for Struggled. Even Gremlin Storm, they want to scour that area. But so far, they haven't really spotted any sort of a human soul around that one. They have a nice 2-2 split, and I'm a big fan of the split the players of Gremlin Storm have. Just trying to acquire as much as compounds as possible. They know they are in a good spot inside the circle, too. The next circle is going to mean a lot to a lot of these teams, though. It'll probably be the decider of the fate. 2 nice shots. Memo catching one right in his dome.
We'll see how this fight is going to go, or if the teams are going to look to disengage from here on out. Orange again. Last player from the side of Elementrix still surviving. No teams have been eliminated from this match. 12 minutes in. Elementrix, 3 players getting finished off, and the Warriors lost 1. No other fights apart from that. One of the reasons for that being teams are a little bit more used to zones like this, the Yasnaya Farm Circle. Not really a troublesome situation for the teams to deal with, but let's see the zone moving again. And it is completely on the Yasnaya Farm. Oh, the push is going to be there. This is a replay of the fight. Small little mistake. Elementrix just holding, as you like to say, Necro, just doubting themselves on whether to go for the duel or not. They get punished for that.
Speak of getting punished for some stuff right now, Susan is just going for the care package. Second air drop on the board. MK14 with a tactical stock and, of course, the upgrades to go for it. The next circle, again, just centers on up. A little bit tilted on the left side. Nothing much. Not a big tilt. Dax, they're finally getting surrounded by a lot of teams, and Elementrix, unfortunately, they won't be able to survive the wrath of Dax. As Dax, they shut him down. And right now, Dax, even, they found themselves in a really good spot, Johnny. This is looking really good, especially for a team like Dax.
Well, let's see. Can they make the situation work for them? Godlike Stalwart moving in as well. Not going to be an easy situation, though. We'll have to be extremely cautious with how they move forward. Oh, the Warriors, they're going to be spotted out. DRS! Rules going for the spray with the DP, but only a few shot connect. On the other side, the WIZZES Club against the players of T2K do find the opening, as Rig is going to be knocked and finished. It's going to be 2 teams just fighting on the edge. DRS and the Warriors, and they have to be extremely careful. TRZ not too far away from this. Although WIZZES Club against the players of T2K, that was happening towards the side of Yasnaya. Both the teams are going to be forced to move down south. Not an easy rotation.
You'll see a complete wave of vehicles now starting to move in that direction. Gante just tapping away with the Mini. And there's a team that has stopped really close to the players of DRS. DRS now, this threat needs to be dealt with. But DEW, they're not really forcing the fight against the players of DRS Gaming. And that's what they've realized. So DRS, even they themselves really do not want to bloody hands against the players of DEW. Instead, maybe want to take things a little bit more slow. Get to know them better.
Ooh, rules! Why is he... All right. Just checking in on the opposition.
Okay, even the Wall of Death, even the blue zone now is dealing a lot of damage, and also he's catching little bullets from the front. But it's okay, the cover fire from his teammates going to be pretty good. That'll help him cross on over inside the circle, but how are they going to make it inside the next circle? That's the big problem. The area in the front's completely open. Making a rotation or trying to navigate a rotation from those areas will be next to impossible. Will definitely be a tough task to rotate around those one, but the circle shifts a little bit on the bottom right side towards Mansion, or at least near Mansion. But right on top of the warehouse, that is close to the Mansion. So that means the players of GSM right now are in the hot spot. They're in the prime spot to be with. If a team does want to go for it, they can just completely send on that warehouse with all the 4 players stacked up, and that warehouse can be theirs.
Yeah.
All right, T2 against the players of T2K. Gremlin Storm, they have this 2-2 split, and if all the 4 players just straight up pounce on them, it's going to be tough to survive that.
The shift of the circle working out quite nicely for them. Since they are going to be still on the edge, there's going to be no incentive to move, but DRS, they show up, and Godlike Stalwart Pika is going to be shut down. The other players now All right. Just crashing into each other for a few short moments. On the other side, the VENOM Legends and Mara going at it against each other. DE taking on the players of DE Warriors. So a lot of fight breaking out towards these open fields. Look at that, WIZZES Club out in the open. Snipe White, he's knocked out, but Gunner, he's trying his level best to finish Quaith off, who's down to around 50% HP. T2K taking an exit from this game. What? Gunner going for a revive, even though he knows there's a man waiting for him, and as soon as Quinn gets up, he's gonna get shot down.
Yeah, Gunner played that perfectly, waited for the man to be impatient, and then striked in. Did realize he's quite healthy too, so he can definitely afford to go for a head-on-head collision against the man in the front, but they have a big split going on. They only have 3 players alive, 2 players in the front, 1 man's all the way in the back. This split, I'm not sure if this is a good split or not, but no fear, we'll try and reunite with the teammate. Smokes out the vehicle, gets inside, and now we'll finally be on the move. Deadeye's guys too on top of this little terrace they found themselves with. Chari Surge just mowing down the lawns. The tracking is there, but still not able to connect those shots. The 30 bullets of pain from the signature M416. Not really able to find the mark, but it's okay. Still, the suppression fire is going to be more than enough, but IT really do want to capitalize on the knock they found. This opening, they really have found. They want to keep on charging forward. They want to keep on pressing forward. The water drop shot.
My goodness, what an amazing play right there. IHC, 5 eliminations secured. Alex with 3 for himself. Oh no though, as soon as they step out, they are getting destroyed and dismantled. 2 players instantly eliminated. IC and Alex, all that remain. Shots fired by Alex, all the players of Seal Esports. It turns out that was a massive mistake. IHC, oh my goodness, one fight was so impressive and the other one a massive blunder.
Indeed, a massive blunder. The shots keep on raining down, and high voltage. They are on the verge of collapsing themselves, and high voltage. Oh, the spray's definitely there. Spooky 2 behind the vehicle, and he will be taken down eventually. Seal out in the 12th spot. Big threat neutralized, big threat compromised, as even Dax themselves are trying to make a really critical rotation happen right now. They have just straight up sent it inside the circle, but unfortunately they found themselves between 2 teams. This might just be a biggest sandwich situation, and Dax do not want to find themselves in that one, but they've somehow found themselves there.
Let's see the godlike stalwart again, pinned down.
He's just tapping away.
Yeah.
DP, not even finding a connection.
He was hoping they step out towards him, but that's not going to happen. Oh, TRZ, they're losing bodies now. Gyante and Killer not even letting the opposition breathe. And in fact, from the distance, it's actually godlike stalwart who are taking the shots on the players of TRZ. Mara on the other side going with everything that they have after the players of MABETEX, and in fact coming out on top in that fight as well.
DRS, 2 players inside the bunker. Killer YT still keeping his identity anonymous. Gante wants to make some miraculous play happen with that nade, but no, it's going to be the return nade from the side of TRZ, and Mampa's nade is going to be even more golden and precious than the player from the side of DRS, but it's okay. They've still got some cover fire left alive. 3 players are still up and alive, and Killer YT wants to be the extra X factor that'll put an end to the story of the players of TRZ, and they just want to put them out of their misery, and they exactly do so. And Gante is still alive. That means he should be back up on his feet, but no! Stalwart Esports, they want to capitalize on this. A third party, they instantly want to press on this fight.
Well, let's see though. DRS, last player left standing. Killer YT, godlike stalwart managing to recover. This situation was very impressive. I didn't think they were going to make it into the zone, but here these lads are. And now their intentions are pretty clear. They want to finish off whatever's left of DRS.
Yeah.
VENOM Legends on the other side taking on the players of high voltage. It seems like they have found another opening.
Yep, godlike stalwart just being the alligators inside the lobby, waiting for the right moment to pounce and take their target down, and they might just munch away a few more players here. As Kremlin Storm completely exposed in the open, Top takes full advantage of that fact. Fear is still there, bobbing and weaving the shots, hoping that none of those are going to connect, but Top is just way too precise somehow. This man does not miss. Memo out. Yeah, shots are taken, and he should be taken down. The elimination point being confirmed. Dax, the problems continue for them as another man keeps on going down. Dax now in a big world of trouble. There's a lot of teams just surrounding the players of Dax, and the position that the players of Dax have found themselves in is honestly not one of the best to be in. High voltage against the players of Giant Mara, but they get caught off guard. Mullik has no clue that there's a snake in the field.
Well, as you mentioned, he does not know there's a snake in the field, but no fear, was completely aware about the snake right next to him. Goes for the finish. High voltage are going to be forced to take an exit. No fear, last player left standing from the side of Janmar, and look at Gyante. This is the only option he has left now. Just hard ADSing towards the opening of this shelter. He's been blocked in here as well by the players of Godlike Stalwart. It's not going to be an easy escape for these lads. The blue zone is closing in a few short moments.
Getting shot at from the back. No fears in the front. Chip down pretty low. Rowdy too in the clotheslines. Still behind the tree. The knee's kind of exposed. But Dictator is not able to spot that one that well. Holds out the PP Bison, still goes for the suppressive shots, hoping that maybe some of them will connect through the smoke, but that's not going to be the case. Gremlin Storm on our screens. In an okay spot so far. Even Dax, they're still somehow alive, but for how long is the question. They are getting charged down by the players of Godlike Stalwart, and yeah, they just now want to eliminate the last man alive, but no, they get third party from somewhere else. Dax, this might just be a lifeline they really needed. And these sort of lifelines can really do boost your confidence up. Dax, they've somehow managed to trap themselves in the smoke so far. But they're just waiting for that moment they can utilize to make the rotation happen. But unfortunately, they don't even have the vehicles available. The only way they can make the rotation happen is just crawl inside the smoke. And as always, Godlike Stalwart are being the biggest problem for them.
Well, let's see though, as you mentioned, Godlike Stalwart, they're going to be a problem for everyone now. 4 teams remaining, 10 players still alive. Gremlin Storm doing a pretty phenomenal job. Dax, they are still here. Last 2 players left standing. Godlike Stalwart top is going to be the last man left standing for his team. Oh, he gets his struggled with that spray. But as soon as he does, Spike comes in with an impressive trade. Godlike Stalwart out of the game. Gremlin Storm again finding themselves right in front of victory.
Dax, the players are still revivable, and I love how SpikeX is playing too. He knows exactly where the players are available. He knows there's some players on the left, there's some players on the right. At this point in time, if Dax really does want to win, they're not that confident in their firepower. Let these 2 other teams fight it out, and then maybe try and find the third party moment. That's the only way Dax can try and take this one home, but no, they get dismantled once again. This is not a good news for the players of Dax, and now Gremlin Storm, finally they switch targets on the players in the front. It's DRS who are going to be in the line of fire. DRS, if they manage to find even 1 knockout against Gremlin Storm, this can really help out the players of Dax big time.
Well, let's see how this is going to go. Well, at least they're still surviving, Paragod. There's a potential revive over there.
They're going to send it. Oh. I'm scared.
All right, Spike is gone now. Delta just ruining the chances of Dax walking away with the win now, and the blue zone is going to close in on him as well.
Yeah.
He's nowhere near the zone. And as soon as he steps out in the open, he is going to get finished off.
But if Delta even manages to get 1, this can be a complete different storyline here. And right now, Gremlin Storm, they're just ruling the final circle. No, he's not going to be able to get any. Dax only has 1 last man alive. I feel like I should get a half point for this one because I went with Dax, and Dax is kind of a risky pick, let's be honest, right?
You keep asking for extra points.
Oh, gets 1. The second might just be on the way, but exposed. Circle's not favoring this man. But
it was a 3v1 situation, though.
It was a 3v1. Still, valiant effort, man, from the side of Para GD. But Gremlin Storm, they are going to find themselves on the right side of the bet today as they get this chicken dinner with 12 elimination points and 27 total points with 2366 damage dealt. But still, Johnny, I mean, that was a good prediction from my side, right?
It was a pretty good prediction. They almost had it as well. Had Delta not been there and Spike, had Spike gotten a revive, I think we could have seen Dax walk away with the win. Yeah. But it wasn't. It was a very weird game, though. considering how I think I did definitely expect a lot of early aggression, a lot of early action, which did not happen. Instead, the teams just went to play for those survival points, and later in the game, it was all just chaos towards that shelter area. But still, a very fun game to witness nonetheless, and congratulations to Gremlin Storm. They're just destroying the competition as of now. But for now, we're also going to take a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this.
मैले अब भनौँ न स्टार्ट गर्दाखेरि नै जस अब एउटा सपना बोकेर स्टार्ट गरेको थिएँ।
प्लेयर्सहरू जति एडभान्स भयो नि एउटा लिड गर्ने मान्छे हुनुपर्छ।
सानो गल्ती पनि गर्न एकदम मेजरै हो भन्दा नि
या डेफिनेटली अब युनिटी इज पावर।
अब टिम ह्यान्डलिङ भयो, अब एनालाइज गर्ने अनि त्यसपछि टिम कोअर्डिनेसन मिलाउने।
सबै मेरो प्लेयरहरू क्लोज रेन्जमा भन्दा पनि मिड रेन्जमा सबै पर्फेक्ट थियो। तर अब केटाहरू सुत्न एकदम मन पराउँछ नि, एकदम 12-1 बजीसम्म गेमभन्दा अगाडिसम्म सुत्दिने होइन। बेस्ट हो मेरो प्लेयर चाहिँ।
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And ladies and gentlemen, just the last game of the day remaining, with Gremlin Storm walking away with a win on the previous match of Erangel. And it was an impressive win by them, impressive run by the players of Dax as well. Godlike Stalwarts, I was glad to see them recover with the way that they did, considering they had to fall back all the way towards the military island, go to Nova Repno, and then just push up north towards the zone. But we do have the MVP of the game, and it's going to be Dictator from the side of GSM.
I mean, speak of Dictator right here. 6 elimination points and 5 knockouts and 24-22 survival time with 2 headshots and 11 damage dealt. A solid performance, actually. Dictator just went monstrous mode in that game.
Well. I mean, it was a monstrous run by the players from the side of GSM, and I think that phrase, a monstrous run, can just describe how the last 2 days have gone for them. In fact, first there was the impressive climb of making their way from the latter half of the leaderboard all the way to the top 2, and now they're maintaining the first position for themselves. It is going to be quite interesting to see how, in fact, far as I've been saying, they're going to take this though. And we do have the player focus list in front of us right now. Dictator being followed by No Fear from the side of Jayan Mara. We have Alex from IHC on the 3rd position, who only has 16 minutes of survival time, but still managed to dish out 747 damage and 4 eliminations over there. Rowdy from GSM as well makes the list with 4 elimination of his own. And then there's going to be Top from the side of Godlike Stalwart, because the man is always going to be there in the top player list. With 689 damage, 22 minutes of survival time, and 2 eliminations.
2 eliminations. I mean, not a lot of eliminations, but still damage is being done a lot. And I feel like Top's main reason to be inside Stalwart is as well just to deal a lot of damage. Top is usually the man who is, of course, the assaulter, who is, of course, the sharpshooter inside the lobby. But he likes to stay in the back lines and deal a lot of damage. While Action's in the front, Alex in the front, then you have Top as well in the back with Scry. So this is the type of combination the players of Godlike Style would like to play.
Well, I mean, it was a very, very nice performance from their side as well. But again, looking at the match summary on our screen right now, Dictator, it looks like, was just handing out the damage in bulk to everyone else. 1100 damage, 1111 damage, in fact, dished out by just one man. And he's going to be followed by his own teammate as well. So just complete and utter domination from the side of GSM. Lucky number 1 right there, I guess. They could have made a wish. Another wish. Apart from winning the game.
Could have. Could have.
What
But they didn't.
What would the wish be, though?
For the players?
Yeah.
Um,
The trophy.
I guess, or maybe more prize pool, or maybe, maybe just because after winning the chicken dinner, maybe $1,000 for them, something like that.
Yeah,
That could be a good wish, right?
Yeah.
Like every chicken dinner up till now, how many chicken dinners GSM have? Like, for example, imagine if they have like 3 chicken dinners so far. So $3,000 in their pockets. Not a bad wish, right?
Yeah, I mean, definitely not a bad wish. But let's see, match rankings on our screen. Gremlin Storm walking away with 27 points. DRS getting a total of 16, which is going to be tied by the players from DAX. And these points are going to be very important because now, going into the last game of this second last day of the league stages, ladies and gentlemen. Now, only one day will remain tomorrow after this, and teams will be, as I said earlier, under immense pressure to compete with each other for those points. Especially the top contenders, as Necro keeps on mentioning, the difference over there is not that much. It's just barely any points separating the teams from each other. Because of which, I think sometimes in order to overperform or overachieve, teams do end up making a lot of mistakes. So it's better that today you garner a safety cushion for yourself, and then tomorrow just relax a little bit. Just try and play a standard game. Not too much pressure.
Speaking about pressure, though, I mean, over here, IHC, they really just charged on them. They just straight up grabbed on them like prowlers and straight up just took them down, man. That pounce right there from their side, the prowl, it was insane. And they finally did come out on top in that one, too. But somehow, later on, we saw Dax 2 trying to pull it off, but unfortunately, Paragidi was the only man. He did not have any sort of teammate alive, and that's why things were made way too difficult for him.
Well, let's see. Damage graph on our screens. 12 eliminations for 2366 damage by the entirety of Gremlin Storm. And I guess as you guys can notice on the damage history graph as well, because of how the zones were moving around and how the teams were sort of being aggressive, we saw a lot of extended fights happening, because of which there were a lot of teams who did dish out quite a decent bit of damage, but the elimination numbers do not reflect the same.
I mean, it doesn't. Sometimes the conversion rate can be a little screwed up. A lot of yes, it can be, because we've seen that happen a lot of times, right? And we've also seen a moment where one team only had 1 elimination point and they had the damage number of like 1,200 or something, which was insane to me. I was like, okay, they have dished out so much damage, but only 1 elimination points. That must feel bad after you realize and look at the damage graph.
Well, I mean, but looking at the overall rankings right now, with 4 points separating the two teams, my goodness, I mean, it can be a little bit closer, but still, I mean, Gremlin Storm, DRS, both the teams headed into the last game. One thing is for sure, the fact that the Warriors are definitely going to take a tumble even more. But DRS sitting on the first, Gremlin Storm on the second, 2 points separating the two teams. Also, teams on the second page, another opportunity for them to climb through. And as we have been mentioning, top 12, only the top 12 get to play the Living game. So it seems like TRZ, 1952, MABETEX are getting left behind this week. Even not today, tomorrow though. But these teams are sitting on 60 points right now. So
yeah. Still in the bottom 4 though. VENOM Legends, TRZ, 1952, MABETEX. I mean, again, over here, if you do really want to get your hands on the bonus game, then you will have to be inside top 12. That's what really matters. And currently in the 12th spot is what Deadeye's guys, and on the 11th spot is what T2K. So this is definitely looking way too close.
Well, let's see. I mean, last game of the day. Group B returning to the action, so Skylightz Gaming, Raw Official, A1NB, and 1952 are going to be back. Group A will be sitting out. The Warriors, VENOM Legends, WIZZES Club, and T2K won't be performing in this game. And as Necro, you just said, it is going to be a little too close for comfort for all of these squads. But that also brings us to my next question, Necro. What is your prediction for the last game of the day? The map is Sanhok, by the way.
Ooh, and okay, look, if DEW were playing, my prediction would be DW, because they are a solid team inside Sanhok, but Group A's not playing. DEW, VENOM Legends, WIZZES Club, Train to Kill, no chance for them. Man, really tough, honestly. I'm not going to lie. Because if the circle is not top left, then high voltage will not be able to win. That's just how the tradition has been so far inside Sanhok, from what I know of. So if I really do want to go here, I'm going to go with IHC.
You're going to go with IHC?
Yeah, lock it down,
Right.
IHC.
I'll go with the players from the side of Gremlin Storm. They've been performing really well today.
So you're hoping for a back-to-back?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. Let's see if that's going to happen or not, because Sanhok, of course, will be bringing in a lot of action, and Johnny needs that one more point to tie up with me. And that's putting a lot of pressure on me, so I need a little cushion for myself, too.
Well, let's see what's going to happen with our predictions and the teams as well. But one thing is for sure, even on Sanhok, we're going to get a pretty insane circle today. That's how it went for Miramar. We got an extreme northwestern circle on Erangels, the two split circles that we got to witness on Military Island. Even this one was a little weird. We hardly get to see circles this west of the farm area. And, I mean, on Sanhok, I think one of the weirdest circles that you can get is going to be a split circle between the Camp Alpha Island and the main island on the northern part of the map. Just having the small little ravine in the center. So that is going to be very, very tricky to deal with if a zone like that forms, or otherwise anywhere down south, Camp Charlie is going to be, again, an interesting location. But let's see what is going to happen, because on Sanhok, the flight part does not really matter unless it's going to be on the extremities of the map. You can basically land anywhere you want, because of which we do get to witness a few interesting early fights.
And who doesn't love early fights, right? Sanhok, of course, as you mentioned, smaller map, and not just early fights, Johnny, also those med strats and way much more third parties. That means things will be quite difficult for all the teams. And I went with IHC, man. So far, they've just been bulls who are straight up just ramming, man. Who they don't just care. If they see a team in the front, they're making a straight up push happen up against them. And the problem is they get eliminated so fast that they're not even getting that spotlight.
I thought you were supposed to support them, not roast them, Necro.
I mean, that's what is literally been happening.
Why
Anyone
do you
can agree with me.
do IHC dirty like that, man?
I mean, I picked them. I don't think so I've done them dirty enough just yet.
Oh, so you have more.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes talking dirt, sometimes throwing dirt can be beneficial for the team. It can awaken the inner beast. Have you ever heard about it? Like, sometimes when people talk bad about you, it kind of makes you feel like, why am I not able to do it? Why not? I need to step it up. And that might just happen with IHC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, well, let's see how this game is going to go. I mean, alrighty, so we are going to see what IHC is going to be up to. Otherwise, if they don't perform, maybe Necro is going to roast them a little bit more. But let's see. They are dropping quite close to the players of 1952. Skylightz Gaming quite close to TRZ as well. But you usually do expect situations like these to occur for the map of Sanhok. But look at that, the zone itself. Wow. This is going to be a fun game also. Raw official going for a very weird split drop. Quite close to the players of Godlike Stalwart and a few individuals towards the city of Poina on the circle towards the western side of the map. It's not going to be easy to see how exactly the teams are going to approach the situation. Dax made the mistake yesterday of forcing an early fight, but today they're going to try and hold back a little. Oh no, entry quite close to the players of IHC, and with how Godless is running out in the open, it seems like he is aware of the fact there is someone quite close to him. Oh, and from the distance, the backup from the side of 1952 arrived, but Godless, just like a monster, turns and flicks right on the head of the player, takes him down, but the trade does come in as Devil Boy is going to drop the star player from the side of IHC. It's a 3v3 situation. 1952, they have to be extremely careful about this. IHC, they have cover available. And IC from the distance is going to try and find another opening for himself. Or his team, in fact.
I mean,
they have utility as well.
This is tough, man. I guess they got motivated a little bit too much to take this fight. You see, I told you, man. Sometimes being mean can work out. And so far, I mean, at the start, it did seem like things were tough for IC, but now it's like they're clawing their way back up inside this fight. And considering the fact how 1952 has been looking inside these games, IC definitely do have a mental edge.
Well, it's not just going to be a mental edge anymore. It's actually going to be a massive advantage to the players of IHC, as now the first blood has been confirmed by the lads. And Zio, all right, so at this distance, the weapons that he has are going to be, well, basically useless.
Whoa.
Because 2 shotguns. And
Capital D colon.
What?
Capital D colon. You don't know it's an emote?
No.
It means like, basically, like that.
Oh.
Like gasp. Like, did you say that? Like that, you know?
So today I learned that, wait. I hope I remember it correctly, but I think it is Swedish, in which how you say yes is just.
How?
It's just a gasp of air.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. That's pretty much it. If I remember it correctly, I think it is
Interesting.
Swedish. Yeah.
I guess I gotta learn more Swedish then.
Yeah, that's just one thing. I think the rest of the language is going to be pretty
Tough, yeah.
difficult for us to learn. Yeah.
But right now, what is looking like it is difficult so far. The overall trifecta these teams are having around the entire Kampong area, and IT is still not letting go off the players in 1952. They've got the elimination points, but they're still not satisfied with that. They want to take down the entire team with them. Skylightz Gaming is nearby. They probably have heard all the commotion, all the chaos that's happening around that area, but I'm not sure if Skylightz Gaming really do want to go for an early engagement in these type of moments. The circle is clearly indicating that it's going to shift on the bottom left island, but not a lot of teams are that just critical about it just yet.
Moving forward in the match, massive cluster of teams approaching the center. Well, all right, so there's actually a bit of a switch up from Seal Esport. We have Rad in this game playing.
Yeah. Just trying to experiment around with the lineup. And I told you, when things are really not working out, it's okay to experiment around. Maybe you're taking extra risk, but maybe it can work out too. You might as well try to pull something off or try to do something unorthodox than just stick into the same thing that has been not working out. It's time to update, and that's what these players are trying to do. But Gremlin Storm, nice way to get rid of that man in the clotheslines, and we're also going to be seeing a lot of DBSs inside the game. We already did see one in the players of IHC, one in the hands of Gremlin Storm too. Every single team pretty much will start to take those DBS in their hands inside Sanhok. It's just so famous.
Well, let's see though how the situation is gonna turn out or play out. In fact, there's the next pick, Janmara snipe YT, instant knock and finish. Gunner goes down as well. DE just destroying the players of Janmara. No fear, we do see him still alive. I think the options of survival are extremely slim, since Vadu is going to be quite far away from the rest of his team as well, from whatever remains of his team, in fact. Oh, the trade though from Nofi as Joker is going to be taken out. 3v2 situation for now. Armed with an AKM and an M4.
Oh. Chari just tossing some nades on the other side of the house. John Marinofier getting charged on and pushed on. All the 4 players in the front while his cavalry is not even close. Now they're finally starting to show up from the back. The support is there. It might just be a little too late, though. Only 2 players to deal with all the 4 players, the DRS and Deadeye's guys in. Positions being compromised too. No Fear's being chipped away. They've got the hit markers. Deadeye's guys now must know that the player in the front is chipped out a little bit. How can No Fear try to escape this death trap he's found himself in? 1 knockout should buy him enough amount of time to just get away and reunite back with his teammates. But there is 1 more player in the back who would be there to provide that cover fire, but he's not striking yet. No Fear's all by himself in the clotheslines, and he might just, yep, the teammate cover fire is there pretty strong. No Fear will be able to stay alive to see another day, and he drops down another man. No Fear with a sliver of HP is able to put in some work.
Well, let's see how it's going to go, though. On top is still alive. As you mentioned, No Fear doing a brilliant job securing an extra point for his team. On top is going to be dogged out as well. But Wadu in the distance, he's just waiting and watching his teammate do all the work. No Fear, quite an incredible moment right here. Dwindling down the numbers of Deadeye's guys and bringing this fight to a 2v2 situation now. All of a sudden, extreme pressure being felt by the surviving players of Deadeye's guys. In the distance, though, Skylightz Gaming take a nasty hit from 1952.
You want to know something? John Mara and Deadeye's guys, these were the 2 teams I was really confused to choose between. And then later on, I just changed my decision and went with IT. And look at what's happening with them right now. I'm glad I didn't go with them. Oh, boy. But even 1952, if you do take a look at the map, ladies and gentlemen, outside in the circle, 1952 over here, as you can see, Nima. 1 player from 1952 is really close around them. He hasn't really shown himself up just yet. It's RX Jax around the vicinity of Skylightz Gaming. But he's keeping his position anonymous, keeping himself down. Raw and TRZ. Logos are quite similar, so it's hard to differentiate, but these are the 2 teams right now inside Picado. Not Picado, Painan. My brain's still inside Miramar, man. As we have Liquid just taking an exit from that house. Yeah, they did realize the nade's now going to start to bombard in, so might as well, the wiser option is to fall back. Oh.
Well, let's see, Mad Cat, along with his teammates, they're just waiting for Raw Official to make a small little mistake that they can punish. The city of Painan, in a few short moments, is going to get even more cluttered up. Got like Stalwart over here as well, but still no one visible to them. 10 minutes in, even though a lot of the teams have lost quite a lot of bodies. No complete squad wipe. Oh, MABETEX Leo!
Oh.
What was he doing there? So exposed. So
Chilling.
close to Painan.
Well, he was a Pi that is not existent anymore. So he's Painan.
Wow.
I know that's pretty lame. My bad, guys. I'm sorry. But
I
yeah.
don't know if you can hear it. I'm slow clapping for you right now.
Was that a good one?
No. Slow claps are supposed to be sarcastic.
Oh, okay. Like one from the meme, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's understandable.
That's
Sorry,
the
man.
generation gap right there. Man
Yeah, I'm
understands
still-
memes, but not social cues.
Listen, man, all right? I'm still on the younger side. I might have a little bit child nature in me, okay? It's okay. It's okay. That's why I'm
Because
cracking some
you
weird
are a
jokes.
child. Yeah, we're gonna keep pulling on each other's legs like that the entire time.
But yeah, now even godlike Stalwart have entered inside Painan, so this is going to be an interesting fight, though.
It is gonna be quite interesting. I'm surprised they managed to cross the river without losing a single player.
Yeah.
And
I
I
mean-
think that is gonna come and bite the players of TRZ in a bit. Also, the players of Raw Official letting godlike Stalwart cross for free like that. So usually on Sanhok, we do get to witness a lot of action by now, but a situation like this, I think Teams are being extremely careful. Oh, right on the window. MadCat was waiting for an opportunity, but Sus does find the opening. Top is going to be knocked out even before he got a chance to lob that nade towards the opposition. But still, the revive does come in. Godlike Stalwart still managing to stay 4-man strong. And another interesting thing right now is the fact that the players from Janmara are still in Hatin.
Yeah, having a good time playing there. And maybe they're also trying to stack on some meds too, Johnny. Because they do realize they don't have the man number to play around with anyway, so might as well just go for med strat and hope for the best and cross their fingers. Can definitely be the best way to play the game at this point in time. Of course, now teams have made it all the way on the bottom side of the island. Every single team is right there. IT2 on the edges on the southern side. They're making their way inside. Slowly and steadily, A1 and B2 on the left lines. Looking pretty good, but look at the spread the players of DRS have. The confidence this team has right now inside the lobby. It's immaculate.
Still in the city of Painan. Here we are. Not a lot else happening on the map. But interesting things are still gonna be there, as we did see in the river, the players from Skylightz Gaming going for a water rotation, but it looks like finally a little bit of action over here, as Raw Official are going up against TRZ on the other side. DRS against 1952 is happening. Smokey with the nade is going to drop Atomic, and with the second one is going to be able to secure as well. But now TRZ, the world, the pain, it increases as Gremlin Storm on the other side have found one more player. I believe it was MadCat who was knocked out. So situation not really looking too good for the lads of TRZ.
But the circle still, it is favoring the majority of the teams. IT now they'll need to try and breach inside. So far, Painan's definitely the hot spot. 3 teams, as always, the trifecta of death continues to just linger around inside Painan. None of these teams are confident enough to leave this area because they know as soon as they step out of this one, problems are waiting for them on the other side. It's right on the edge too, and the problems more are going to start to stack up against the players of Seal. And this is not the position you really do want to be in if you are Seal. They tossed in the compound. It will definitely chip out a lot of damage, but not find the opening that the players of Seal really needed. One more nade over there, maybe 2 more nades could have found the knockouts, but instantly action's on a move. He does not want any of that damage dealt onto himself. He does not want to chip away. He does not want to burn through his med. Seal finally on a move. They've realized the fact that the circle is going to start to move in slowly and steadily. We might just see a fight breaking down between these teams, between Raw and Seal soon. Can definitely be an interesting collision considering the players of Seal have 4 players and Raw only have 3 players, so the advantage is in favor of the players of Seal. But Raw, they need to hold it down, and yep, the players of Seal are so unaware of the fact that there might be someone inside the house, and Raw, they take the advantage of that fact.
Oh, well, let's see.
Oh my god.
This is so intense. All these teams have been waiting for this moment for so long, but let's see how the situation is going to play out now. The DVS is ready in the hands of Mr. Smokey.
Yeah, that's brilliant. He killed the first guy with the UMP and now just whips out a DBS. So the guy underneath thinks that he has an automatic gun, and he can probably try to challenge a fight against him. And now, even if Smokey does want, he can pressure, he can charge against the man who's underneath him. But he doesn't want to do exactly that. But finally, he might just make the move happen. Yes, he does. Really aggressive with the DBS. He's outside and now looking to make it inside underneath. He does know there's one man lingering around, and that can be a big threat if not taken care of right now. And he does want to take care of him instantly. I do love these skins, man. Nice Dodge Chargers.
Yeah.
But the next circle shift down south, and that's going to be a little problematic on that alpha problem. But A1NB getting picked out by the players in 1952, and entries found the entry. Godlike Stalwart still in the same vicinity. Seal this time are going to be on the receiving end. Seal are quite desperate to make the rotation happen, and Godlike Stalwart are just letting him flood in.
Well, let's see though, and as you said, the players from Godlike Stalwart flooding in, and they're going to just sweep anyone they see right in front of them. A1NB is going to be the first team to be eliminated in this game. It took 18 minutes for the first quad wipe, and after that is going to happen the second instantly. Seal Esports also getting shown the exit. Now the problem for Godlike Stalwart and Raw Necro is going to be the fact that the blue zone is going to move, and they are right on the edge of the blue. The safe zone almost 150 to 200 meters away for these teams. And by the time they get there, there are going to be teams waiting for them to show up.
Gremlin Storm in the front. It struggled. Nice tracking with the spray. Does find one. Dictator. But now he has another team charging on himself. A full squad, but instantly pulls out a DBS. Oh, this is not a weapon you want to play against it up close. Godlike Stalwart, maybe you should rethink your decision. But Dictator's on a run too. Does not want to take any extra risk. Instead wants to play things slow and safer, because his team is getting dismantled somehow. They're getting picked apart from somewhere else. Now the position must be compromised. Pika still running around. Does not want to directly push in like headless chickens. Wants to obtain the information first and then maybe press on it. But right now, Godlike Stalwart, they just keep on dismantling the team in the front. And Dax, they're getting picked off one after the other like it's nothing.
Well, let's see though. Top, he's not going to stop.
Damn, that kind of
But
rhymed.
who will get these points? That's the question, because even GSM are going to be waiting for their opportunity. Look at that!
No, that's
They just run in willy-nilly, and from either side, Godlike Stalwart is just getting absolutely destroyed. What a bad decision. We hardly see them make mistakes like this.
Well, this is what confidence does to you. Overconfidence does to you, actually. And there we go. The last man picked off as well. Unfortunately, while switching guns, the gun barrel was spotted, and he got taken out easily. Still 13 teams live and 31 players in total are up. And Gremlin Storm themselves are getting shot at. Yep, the third parties, as always inside Sanhok, are quite beautiful to witness. And yep, Dax will put the final nail, and the fairy tale has been done of GSM. Well played by the side of Dax. Even Deadeye's guys followed up in the elimination feed. Now the circle will shift down south once again. Really close to the players of DRS and IIT. DRS are in the prime spot. IIT are really close on the edge. The next circle is going to mean quite a lot. In 1952, they just continue to swipe down teams as they themselves get taken away this time.
Well, let's see. 10 teams remain, 25 players still alive. Only 3 teams are there with all 4 players still present. Rest everyone, the numbers have dwindled down by so much. Elementrix as well, look at that. Vishal running out in the open. That might not really be a great decision for now, as Gyante seems to have the information as to where he needs to shoot. And for now, decides to focus on assault from the side of Dax. He's going to drop him mid-rotation. Should be an easy pickup.
Yeah, quite a risky one too. Out in the open, try to pull something miraculous off, some heroic off. But his heroics did not shine through this time. As DRS, Killer YT is knocked out. DRS can be the only bigger threat here for the players of IT to try and secure the chicken dinner. If DRS do start to get dismantled right now, then things can be completely different. But Skylightz Gaming is in the back lines of DRS. Do DRS have any clue there's a big threat in the back lines? There are alligators lurking around to munch him away. But the players of DRS are way too focused in the front so far because the troubles are just not minimizing for them. But at the same time, DRS are taking shots on all cylinders, so their position is definitely known. But Skylightz Gaming are still, for some reason, not taking those shots.
They're just holding on to their position. It's just the last play from the side of Skylightz Gaming as well. Nima, not a lot of options available for him. So he's just being patient. Jay and Mara on the other side. Getting taken out early. 9 teams remaining. It will be between High Voltage, DRS, and IHC this game.
High Voltage, as you mentioned, DRS and IHC, all the teams have 4 players, but unfortunately High Voltage are not able to keep the man number up, as one of the players have been lost out instantly as soon as you said that, Johnny. Skylightz Gaming in the back can be a big X factor against the players of DRS, so the back needs to be watched. And DRS are trying to do so as well. And Skylightz Gaming, they're still not taking shots, they're still not directly fighting against them, they're being engulfed inside the play zone. MABETEX too, Apex is there quite close, he's just lurking around. And before Apex goes down, he wants to make sure he's at least getting 1 or 2 elimination points away with him. And that's what he's trying to pull off as well. But unfortunately, the wall of death is going to be way too strong this time. And it's also going to chunk out some heavy amount of damage. As DRS, now they're getting charged down by the players of High Voltage. But the nade is so good from Rules that will be able to help him secure that 1 elimination point. Still have all the 4 players off which Gante is being knocked out. 1 nade, 1 perfect nade from Rule can change the entire course of this fight. 2 teams fighting for the supremacy to find out which one's going to be the one to take the throne. But no, it's IT just third-partying completely and trying to change the course of the air. But is that going to be happening or not? We'll only be able to figure it out soon. Top 3 teams alive, ladies and gentlemen. DRS, High Voltage, and even IT, of which IT, too, they have 3 players up, but they've unfortunately lost out on a man.
Well, let's see, top 3 teams remaining. IC, as you mentioned, from the side of IHC has been picked apart, but High Voltage, they have to be extremely careful now. They're in a very exposed position, all set up to be sandwiched between the players of DRS and the players of IHC Esports. Look at that. Gante with an 8 is going to make sure that the numbers of High Voltage are going to be dwindled down, but oh my goodness, IHC running out in the open. This is going to be a massive blunder from their side. Alex is going to be knocked and finished. Joel goes down as well.
God.
And Malik along with his teammates, they're trying their level best to finish them off, but the damage from Blue Zone is destroying all of these teams, and DRS walking away with another win. An impressive performance throughout the day. We talked about how important this game was going to be for them, and they make sure this game, well, it mattered, not just to them, but to everyone, because now they will have a lead in the overall rankings.
Johnny, all the time a team that I've picked, they're somewhere in the top 3, man. This is just not fair. I should be given half points. But again, DRS Gaming, 8 elimination points and 23 points in total. That's going to give them 1544 damage dealt. And of course, DRS with this sort of performance, this sort of a dominating showing, they should be really close against the players of godlike stalwart, even in the overall league standings, and maybe also topple them over. And yes, they have on the first spot currently. DRS Gaming, they might just win this entire league stage of the PMPL.
Well, I mean, it is an impressive run that they are having, and I mean, the improvement in the 3rd week from the lads of DRS has been so impressive. But again, these are just the league stages. They have to prep for the finals as well. But nonetheless, this was an impressive game from the players. They played the final fight out very nicely. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll take a very short break. You guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this. Once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro, and this event is brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. All games are done for the day. We just saw and witnessed DRS winning the last map of Sanhok. An impressive finish. And as I was talking about it, how they played out the final situation was very, very nice. Because considering all three teams were in a similar situation, it was a triangle of death between High Voltage, IHC, and DRS. And they knew, all of them knew that the blue zone was going to engulf them. And the damage was going to be the game-changing point. DRS, they just stayed in the blue zone. They ran up the boosters, put on the boosters before the blue zone kicked in, and then they just waited for the other teams to step out in the open. As soon as they did, DRS used their weapons to put them down and then just moved in to secure the win.
I mean, speak of that, and you have 2 elimination points from the side of Dictator. Once again, man, Dictator is there from the side of GSM with 4 knockouts in 1936. Damage dealt of 686. I mean, again, the conversion rate is not that phenomenal, but overall, the stats this man has put, he's definitely helped him to climb that MVP board right there.
Well, I'm pretty sure he's going to be climbing that leaderboard. Well, at a similar pace that GSM have climbed the rankings leaderboard as well. But let's see. I mean, the competition on elimination leaderboard is quite tough, to be very honest. I mean, I think people are already going to be touching 100 eliminations by now.
Probably, yeah. I mean, if I'm not wrong, last time Nerzed was pretty close to that. Nerzed is on the first spot, if I'm not wrong. We'll be able to see that at the end of this day, hopefully today, but I'm not exactly sure. Maybe if the producers do want to keep a little suspense going on of the overall league standings, then they might not show it, and tomorrow might just be where all the bins will be spilled. But again, these are the player focus in front of us. Even High Voltage, Malik is right there with 3 elimination points and the damage number of 486, and you have Godless too with 707 damage and 1 elimination. Now Godless is definitely mad.
Well, he is, but yeah, for what reason? They lost the game, or does he only have 1 elimination though?
1 elimination and 700 damage, dude. It's not a joke. It's really not a joke.
It kind of is. That's why we're laughing about it.
I mean, it's not a joke for him, but it's a joke for us for sure, because oh man, that might sting him after he takes a look at that one. But then you have Dictator 2 with 686. A lot of players have done a lot of damage, but unfortunately the conversion rate is not there to back it up. Then you have Giant Mara with the highest healing done. It's going to be no fear from their side. 1243 healing done. You are asking me, why are Giant Mara so up top in the north? Well, there you go. That's the reason right there.
Well, Giant Mara, I think, again, this game could have gone a little bit better for them. Because with how the fight against Deadeye's guys went in the early stages, I think the situation could have been handled a little bit better. They just stayed towards Hatin for so long. They were there, I think, for at least 11-12 minutes. And because of that, when you're going to try and enter towards the ruins area, it's not going to be easy for you. You're going to be gate kept at every single point. But kudos to the lads from Giant Mara for just being able to survive, despite the fact that the situation was a 2v4 against a team like DE as well. But DRS, 23 points secured from this match. High Voltage also having a good finish, I think, is going to propel them a little bit further up in the rankings. But the question remains, what's the difference in the overall leaderboard?
And I'm not sure if the producers are in the mood to show that or not, because as I said, there might be a little suspense coming in. They will? You sure?
I think they will.
Because again, if they do want to keep the suspense, I mean, I'm always down for suspense, you know? I mean, because we know what exactly is going on, but the viewers don't. So we're technically just playing with the viewers' hearts.
They show it every day. Don't you think people have realized the order in which the graphics run?
They do, but maybe today can be a little different. I don't know. I mean, I'm just throwing it out there, producer. If you do want to make or build a little suspense,
weren't you just saying during the cast that overconfidence is not good for you?
I mean, listen, man. I'm just trying to make the show even more interesting.
Oh man, I mean, today has been fun. I enjoyed the matches today.
Yeah, today were good matches. Yesterday it were super slow-paced matches. We were not seeing action like in the first 12 minutes. So yesterday it was a complete slow-mo day. But today I would say actions were well divided all across the board.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, especially because of how the zones were forming, and not just on this map of Sanhok, but in every single map. We got interesting circles, we got a good mix of aggression and tacticality in the matches. Teams were going all in, trying to secure those points, and not really playing, worrying about just surviving till the very end. So it was a beautiful performance from every single team. All 20 teams did really well today, and look at this, the game of Sanhok in which it was all just fight, fight, fight.
Yeah, and I mean, DRS and IHC's damage numbers are pretty similar. Even Raw's damage numbers pretty good, but unfortunately they got taken out quite early off MABETEX. Yeah, near Painan, you guys heard what I said. They got taken out too, but then later on you saw Elementrix as well trying to pull something off. Skylightz Gaming too. As I mentioned, why are they holding the trigger for so long? They're in the back. If they do want, they can definitely try to make a move. But unfortunately, if I'm not wrong, in the future grounds the further grounds are pretty much in the open, so they couldn't really leave the compound. Not sure what exactly happened there because not a lot of limelight was given to that team in general. But if you do take a look at the overall rankings after the match, 20. On the first spot is DRS Gaming with a nice cushion to play with, 200 points.
Well, well, well. I mean, it is a 24-point advantage for DRS now. But Gremlin Storm, they are going to be back tomorrow for revenge. So will Godlike Stalwart. They have slowly and steadily managed to sneak their way in inch by inch, just inching closer towards the competition. But look at this. So here's the flaw in the plan of Godlike Stalwart. They're just too aggressive for their own good. The placement points are not there, although they have 81 eliminations. On the other side, DRS Gaming, 111 placement points, 89 eliminations, which is quite decent as well. So the aggression is there. The mix of the placement points just makes it even better.
I mean, where's A1 Esports on the first half? Not anymore, ladies and gentlemen.
Also, High Voltage is now in the top 10.
I mean, are you surprised? I called it too, man.
I am. They were sitting on the 14th. No, they were on the 18th position yesterday, if I'm not wrong, when we started.
I mean, we know, man. Come on. It's high voltage. Even Deadeye's guys, just watch tomorrow. Deadeye's guys, a rocket boost on the first half. Maybe probably inside top 5 easily. Easy clap. But A1NB, man, a big drop-off right here. If they do want to play the Limit, at least they will need to try and pull something off here. Maybe try and be inside top 12 if you do want to enjoy the Limit game. But the overall league standings over here are being shown by the producers, and they do not want to keep anything secret from you guys. And I'm with it. I told you guys, I don't like to keep any secret from you guys. To be completely open. So, yeah, DRS Gaming over here on the first spot, ladies and gentlemen. 609, but there's not a lot of points difference here.
Well, well, well. I mean, just 7 points separating these two titans now, because look at where the team on the third position is. DE Warriors in the overall league rankings are so far behind. I think it's 40 points behind Godlike Stalwart. So it is going to be quite interesting to see how tomorrow, the last day of the league stages, is going to go for DRS and Godlike Stalwart. So much is there to win, so much is there to lose.
Yeah.
But I mean, in the overall league rankings, I think the only thing you're going to lose out on is the fact that we are outside the top 16. Then you get eliminated from the tournament. So if you are in the top 16, you're good to go. And right now, I think the breaching point is 341, where Jay and Mara is. On the other side, though, we do have Seal Esport outside the top 16, sitting on the 19th position with 289 points. So these teams are really far away. TRZ as well. Just 4 matches tomorrow. This is going to be tough.
Oh, next to impossible. Let's be honest. Let's be completely honest. I'm not sure how I'm feeling about Seal and TRZ. Maybe A1 and B have a little chance. Maybe Dax too have a little chance if they're able to kickstart the day in a good manner. But if not, then yeah, it's pretty much done, man. At that point, it's just done.
Well, well, well. This is looking so intense. I'm just excited thinking about tomorrow now. Yeah, I mean, it's going to be fun. Imagine, so close finishes. And then there's a Livic game as well at the end of the day.
Yep, that Livic, the 6th game tomorrow, that's going to be played, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, it will be quite fun to witness that game. But before that, we have a little bit more stats to go. And DRS Gaming, entire team card off the day performance today and how they performed. So, of course, DRS Gaming did exceptionally good. They got 2 chicken dinners and they played this one pretty phenomenal so far. I mean, inside the entire competition, I would say DRS have been exceptionally good. They have been able to topple over a team like godlike Stalwart in the overall rankings, and they are able to keep up the pace and maintain the position as well, and they're giving a really tough competition to that team. If godlike Stalwart really do want to win this entire league stage, then tomorrow is definitely going to be quite interesting. And ladies and gentlemen, you guys too, do not miss out on tomorrow, because tomorrow's action will be way much more intense than ever before.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, tomorrow is going to be very, very intense. Look at that. Top is back on top in terms of the elimination leaderboard. Yay, and it is because of those damage numbers. 21,630 damage dished out by him.
Wow.
And Assassin is back on the list as well, on the 5th position.
That is some big numbers from the side of top. Definitely really impressive right there, Johnny. Something we did not really... I mean, yesterday I did see Top had the most amount of damage number, but I didn't think he would be able to topple over Nirzed. One thing I can say for sure, today's day was quite rough on the players at DEW.
Well. I mean, DEW...
They had their glamorous moment, but not as good, I would say, as the other days they are.
Yeah, I mean, the consistent performance was there. They were getting those points every single game. But looking at the elimination leaders now, on the next page, we have Action dropping out of the top 5. He's on the 6th. Gyante makes the list as well. On the 7th, No Fear is going to be there on the 8th. Joker on the 9th. Killer YT on the 10th position. And I think majority of the competition is between these teams only. DRS, it is DW, it is godlike Stalwart. These three teams are just duking it out against each other. And it keeps getting more and more intense with every single game that they play against each other.
Speak of things getting intense, man, I can't wait for tomorrow. It's going to be the last day, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes.
Off the entire league stage, and then we'll directly see you guys in the grand finals of the PMPL to find out who is going to be that one team to take the entire league stage home. And then in the grand finals, we'll be able to find out who's going to be the champion of that PMPL.
Well, the champion of the PMPL South Asia, Fall 2022. You have to say the whole thing. Or at least that's what the trophy going to say. But what an amazing day it was. But like every single day before this, it has to come to an end because our matches are done. Now we have to wait tomorrow. But you know what the best part about tomorrow is going to be? It's the fact that instead of having just 5 games, we will have 6 games. Because that bonus Livik is going to be there, which will decide how many points the teams are going to have for the final. So Necro, for the first time in the history of the PMPL, we will know exactly where the teams are stand even before they play one single game of the grand finals. How exciting is that?
Exactly, man. That rocket start. I really do. I mean, I feel like as long as we don't really step into it, we won't be able to experience that pretty well. You know, right now we can just start and start speaking about how exciting it is. But when you do actually see that happen in front of you, when you are stepping inside the grand finals, it's going to be a completely another story, because these teams will already have that rocket start. But if there is a really insane comeback happening in the overall rankings inside the grand finals, and even though they don't have a good head start and they're still seen somewhere in that top position, then that would really impress me. For example, T2K, imagine. For example, IC, imagine.
I mean, it is just going to get more and more intense with every
man.
single moment. And it's going to be super fun. I'm pretty sure about that as well. But, I mean, sometimes if we do end up expecting too much, if we do end up hyping ourselves about too much from our favorite teams, we do have, well, there is going to be a possibility that there's going to be a little bit of a letdown. So I'm just going to be quite on the edge about where my thoughts are going to be and which team I'm going to be rooting for. Well, I'm going to be rooting for everyone, basically, apart from teams outside the top 16 at the end of the day, though, because we are going to be focusing on the grand finals. Also, let's not forget, once you get to the grand finals, from there, you start another journey. And that journey is to finish in the top 10 to make it to the PMPL SA Championship.
I mean, one thing we can say for sure is that the DRS fans are going to be celebrating, man.
Oh,
they are going to be celebrating all over the social media. They're going to be happy, considering the fact that, I mean, DRS, they've went through a decent amount of changes from the past since Skylightz Gaming and all that thing happened, the whole drama happened, and then still they were able to pull things off pretty well, Johnny.
Yeah, but that's all we have for you today, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to call it a night. Thank you so much for tuning in. Do make sure to tune in again tomorrow as well. Until then, take care. Bye-bye.